Right, can everyone hear me? I had to unplug my microphone to show that intro. I had to unplug my microphone to show that intro. But I've plugged it in now. So can everyone hear me okay? Can everyone hear? Okay then. Sorry, my portable DVD player takes up both. My portable DVD player takes up both. Both USB ports. So I had to unplug it. Oh god, and now the webcam's fallen upwards. Well, I have a DVD player that I can connect into my I have a DVD player that I can connect into my laptop. So technically, yes, I do have a portable DVD player. Now, where did I put the USB mouse thing? Very nice. Where did I put that USB mouse thing? Where's that USB mouse gone? Where's that USB mouse sensor gone? Anyways. Didn't take it upstairs with me, did I? Did I take... Hang on, did I take my USB mouse sensor upstairs? Because I can't find it now. Hang on. I'm just going to have a look upstairs, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, hang on a second. Here it is. It was under the controller. It was hiding under the Xbox controller. Right, now I can do this properly. Hello, everybody. Wait, was that the wrong one? Okay. Sorry, I just had to temporarily unplug the webcam. Hello, James. Oh, this damn thing. Hello, James. Damn mouse has decided to stop working. Hold on, did I stupidly take the portable... Hang on, there's another one here. It was hiding under the laptop the whole time. This one's for the other mouse. Stupid thing. Sorry about that, everyone. Now the mouse is working. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna need to close and reopen OBS I'm gonna need to close and reopen OBS to get the webcam working again. Right, here we go. I think we're going again now. Definitely gonna need to go till at least 45 to make up for those technical difficulties. I know, Martin, but nothing can be done about it. I don't. Anyway, so tonight we're talking about the Channel Tunnel and Eurostar. And then basically driving Eurostar. We'll be driving Eurostar on Roblox later, as well as talking about all the other trains that go through the Channel Tunnel. Basically, the history of the Channel Tunnel and Eurostar will be covered in tonight's stream. Wi-Fi is terrible. It's fine, James. So... yeah, Channel Tunnel and Eurostar will be covered in tonight's stream. So, tonight we have MLP fan Martin, Samson, James, Rob, John Murray. Yes, really, John Murray. And Stephen and anyone else who may be here. 14 people, lovely stuff. Now, I was going to show that documentary I just had playing, but I really don't know how copyright sensitive it is, so... And it would be too impractical for me to do it anyway, because I wouldn't be able to have the webcam if I was going to need 2 USB ports for my DVD player, so I couldn't do it anyway. But I just needed something to show for the intro, so I decided on the intro of that Channel Tunnel documentary. We're going to watch a different one, though. Same information, though. DVD's cool timer. There's nothing that can be done about it, MLP fan. Nothing that can be done about it. Right, so let's watch that Channel Tunnel documentary then. Oh, is it not John Murray? Okay, good. Right. Where is that Channel Tunnel documentary I was going to show? Here it is. An episode of Modern Marvels. Hopefully this won't be copyright sensitive. We'll start with the actual construction of the Channel Tunnel and the history of the various Channel Tunnels that came before this one. Here it is.
300 feet beneath the English Channel.
Genuinely hate how my microphone sounds at the moment. It didn't used to sound like this. Get it sorted. Definitely need a new one for my birthday. Right. Yes, James. I don't know. Time lad.
300 feet beneath the English Channel. 31 miles long. The longest underwater train tunnel in the world.
Another train documentary, yes.
A link between a country and a continent. Now, the Channel on Modern Marvels.
I know, John Murray.
Modern Marvels.
Even more horrible, yes.
It used to be that the only practical way to get from England's famed White Cliffs of Dover across the English Channel to the French coast.
Just gonna get my cider, guys. I'll be back.
The trip across the temperamental currents of the Channel could be unpredictable and unpleasant. Now, crossing the Channel is a 35-minute snap. A simple matter of shooting by train through the longest underwater tunnel in the world.
No, there's no copyright warning on here.
Now, crossing the Channel is a 35-minute snap. A simple matter of shooting by train through the longest underwater tunnel in the world at speeds of up to 100 miles an hour. Passenger trains can now speed from Paris to London in 3 hours. Shuttles carry trucks and cars which
onto the
drive
train as
aboard
well.
remarkable open-ended wagons and line up bumper to bumper.
It's quite a pleasant experience, actually. It's much nicer than travelling on a boat or the Sea Cat or anything else, because it's not so choppy. The weather's guaranteed down under the tunnel, so it's quite nice.
The Channel Tunnel otherwise known as the Channel. It's not much to look at, this long, narrow corridor in the ground, but make no mistake about it. The Channel Tunnel is one of the engineering marvels of our time. It took an army of some 7,000 workers 7 years and almost $14 billion to drill this 31-mile link between England and France. They had to drill not one but 3 underwater tunnels in the harshest of environments, fighting bad rock, unexpected fissures and serious leaks, while tracking a rumpled path of bedrock that dips 150 feet beneath the channel floor.
To drive a tunnel 30 miles through chalk and to then fit it out as a railway system, to build 2 very large road rail interchanges at each end and to complete the project was an achievement. It really is another wonder of the world that it was done at all.
The tunneling team also had to overcome a cultural divide between England and France and a deep hostility to the very idea of linking the 2 lands.
Here we were connecting 2 countries that hadn't been connected for 8,000 years. It was a huge advance in imagination, in technique, and in sheer persistence to get it done.
The site workers used to say this is, the biggest thing since the pyramid sort of thing, I mean, it is, as an engineering feat, it's absolutely phenomenal.
Before the channel opened in 1994, most people had to cross the English Channel, which averages 23 gale force storms a year, by boat. The often stormy passage was one of the most heavily trafficked waterways in the world, with as many as 750 ships a day carrying people and freight between Britain and France. The dream of an alternative means of making the trip goes back at least as far as 1785, when a pioneering aviator flew over the channel in a hot air balloon. It was a Frenchman named Albert Mathieu who in 1802 drew up the first serious plan for a channel tunnel, envisioning a horse and buggy passageway to be ventilated with a chimney-like shaft drawing air from above the waterline. The proposal was as bold as it was impractical. England and France were at war, and the idea of giving Napoleon direct access to the English mainland was not very popular, at least not among the British. Another Frenchman, Thomas de Gaumond, was the next champion of the Channel Tunnel idea. De Gaumond proposed building an artificial island in the middle of the channel and linking it to each coast with prefabricated tube tunnels that would lay on the channel floor. To allay British fears, he included flood valves in his design that could inundate French troops in case of an attack. Other 19th century schemes for a cross-channel link included one for a kind of submarine on wheels, and another for an underwater tube suspended by a long line of floating anchors. The invention of the tunnel boring machine, or TBM, in 1875 brought new life to the channel tunnel idea. This massive air-powered drill was, in its essentials, identical to the TBMs in use today, with a rotating drill head that could gnaw through the toughest geology at the then phenomenal speed of 1 inch a minute. In 1881, pioneering TBMs actually began drilling off the coast at Dover, in use today,
the speed of that tunnel boring machine
that could gnaw through the toughest geology at the then phenomenal speed of 1 inch a minute. In 1881, pioneering TBMs actually began drilling off the coast at Dover and on the French side at Calais.
This 1881 tunnel was driven in the same chalk marl that we chose in 1985. The geologists knew that this was the best stratum. What they couldn't be sure of at that time was whether it went all the way across to France. I don't think they actually developed the notion of how you would get this tunnel all the way across. I think government said, prove to us that you can bore a tunnel in this material and that you know where to bore it. And that they did. And the tunnel is, what, about 7 feet in diameter. You can walk down it, and we did walk down it. And this rotary machine cut a beautiful, smooth, circular bore in the chalk. So it demonstrated it could be done.
After a year of drilling, each TBM had burrowed more than 5,000 feet. But as the tunnel became more of a reality, English invasion fears returned.
Seriously? English invasion fears again? By the 1880s, France and England were friends. What was there to worry about with invasions? It's ridiculous. In 1802, when it was first proposed, I understand, because that was the Napoleonic Wars, but 80 years later, we were friends. Come on. Or were we? Because 7 Years' War happened as well, because I don't know. Hey, Baxterville, and hello, A. Smith. Yeah, actually, I don't know, because, it could have... Hang on, just let me plug my phone in. It could have been that, that was when the 7 Years' War was going on in the 1880s, so maybe France and England weren't friends. I wouldn't know, I can't remember. Anyway.
And the government pulled the plug on the project because officials said it would fatally weaken Britain's national defense.
No, it wouldn't.
Support for a channel tunnel persisted in the new century.
The modern-day Channel Tunnel proves that it hasn't weakened our defences.
Officials said it would fatally weaken Britain's national defense.
I know. I heard it, Stephen. It's awesome.
Support for a channel tunnel persisted.
So what does everyone think of this documentary so far?
In the new century, and the British government finally commissioned borings of the channel floor in the 1950s to see if tunneling was geologically sound.
I've mentioned this before, but after the Great Central Railway completed their, the documentary for some reason doesn't mention this, but after the Great Central Railway completed their London extension, thanks John Murray, I'm glad you're all enjoying it. After the Great Central Railway completed their London extension, the next phase of their grand plan was to build their own Channel Tunnel, so they could run services south of London to Paris. So yeah, we could have had a Channel Tunnel with all right, timeline. We could have had a Channel Tunnel. We could have had rail services going from Paris to all the way to Manchester as far back as the 1930s. That would have been awesome. And it's also why the Great Central Railway's locomotives were built to continental loading gauge as opposed to the much narrower British loading gauge. The same track gauge, but
it would
larger loading gauge.
National defense. Support for a channel tunnel persisted in the new century, and the British government finally commissioned borings of the channel floor in the 1950s to see if tunneling was geologically sound. As luck would have it, a layer of rock called chalk marl, ideal for tunneling because it was easy to cut, strong and impermeable, ran the breadth of the channel from Dover to Calais. Unfortunately, the chalk marl was sandwiched between unstable layers of rock and clay that could collapse if disturbed and trigger a flood. Worse still, the path of the chalk was narrow and furrowed, and would be extremely difficult to follow. Nevertheless, engineers were confident that they could follow the chalk marl, and in 1974, TBMs once again began to chew their way toward each other. Volunteers were confident that they could follow the chalk marl, and in 1974, TBMs once again began
many
to chew their
attempts, but it
way
wasn't
toward
until
each other.
the 90s that the Channel Tunnel was finally completed.
The chalk marl, and in 1974, TBMs once again began to chew their way toward each other from either coast. And once again, the British backed out. ostensibly because government funding fell through, but also because the idea of connecting England to Europe was still highly controversial.
Oh my, why was it controversial though? It was a brilliant idea.
And for generations we have felt safe from invasion because...
And the British backed out.
Why? What is the problem with invasion?
Fell through, but also because the idea of connecting England to Europe was still highly controversial.
The Brits, I suppose, we're an island race, and for generations we have felt safe from invasion because of this narrow strip of water. It doesn't make any sense in today's terms, but it stopped the Romans for a long while, and it actually kept Hitler on the right side of the water. I can remember in the days when I was trying to sell this idea to the public in 1985, having old ladies wave umbrellas at me from the front row saying, "You rascal, you know, we don't want to be connected to the French. There's a danger."
No, but there's no danger at all. What were people like that lady talking about? It was stupid. The backlash over the tunnel was just stupid. It always was a good idea, and the fact that we've now actually got a channel tunnel proves that. It always was a good idea. People like that woman who opposed it were just idiots, in my opinion. I know I'm sounding biased, but it's just my opinion. I enjoy being bluntly honest. Hi, Andrew. Watching a documentary about the Channel Tunnel at the moment.
I can remember in the
Channel
days
Tunnel's
when
construction.
I was trying to sell this idea to the public in 1985, having old ladies wave umbrellas at me from the front row saying, "You rascal, you know, we don't want to be connected to the French. There's a danger."
No, there wasn't.
The idea of a channel tunnel seemed dead in the water, so to speak, until it was revived unexpectedly in the 1980s by the unlikeliest of partners. England's conservative Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and socialist French President Francois Mitterrand. Neither wanted to risk government funds on the project, but both were willing to allow banks and other investors to
I owe a lot to the Channel Tunnel. It's what enables me to do my European railway trips, the Channel Tunnel. It's fantastic.
Neither wanted to risk government funds on the project, but both were willing to allow banks and other investors to take the risk.
It's really quite remarkable that these two particular leaders should have decided to get the act together and do it. But I think they each saw a wider political advantage to having their name upon this scheme. They knew that it could be done.
A handful of attention-getting designs quickly came to the fore, including one for an outrageously long 21-mile suspension bridge. More than a dozen times the length of the Golden Gate. And this hybrid plan that combined two artificial islands, two tunnels, and two bridges. The winning proposal for a rail-only link called Eurotunnel was reassuringly straightforward.
You shared this live stream? No. You don't have to ask to share this live stream. I appreciate the support. You sharing it at all is very appreciative.
Including one for an outrageously long 21-mile suspension bridge. More than a dozen times the length of the Golden Gate. And this hybrid plan that combined two artificial islands, two tunnels, and two bridges. The winning proposal for a rail-only link called Eurotunnel was reassuringly straightforward. It consisted of 3 tunnels, 2 of them 23 feet in diameter for trains coming to and from France, and a smaller service tunnel in the middle for maintenance and emergencies.
Yes.
The tunnels would stretch 31 miles from terminal to terminal, 23 miles of which would be underwater. The most daunting aspect of the proposal was the sheer amount of tunneling involved. 125 miles worth in all. In addition to the 3 main tunnels, large crossover chambers in which trains could change direction would have to be cleared. Cross passages linking the 3 tunnels every 1,200 feet and enabling people to escape in an emergency were also part of the plan. as were scores of piston relief ducts, smaller overhead connecting tunnels that had to be drilled every 800 feet to allow the pressurized air created by speeding trains to escape. The plan called for the tunnel to be built by a consortium of 10 major French and British engineering construction companies over a period of 7 years at a cost of almost $7 billion. Over 200 banks would put up the money, making this the most expensive privately funded construction project of all time. The budget, of course, was more or less a guess. No one had ever built a tunnel like this before, and it would double almost to $14 billion by the time the tunnel was finished in 1994. A large chunk of that budget would be spent building a dozen 800-foot-long boring machines, mechanical molds that could chew their way through mile after mile of channel floor.
Tunnel boring machines just really amaze me. They're fantastic machines, I feel. I can't wait for Electro to join this stream. He's an aspiring engineer, and I'm sure he'd find the whole engineering side of building the Channel Tunnel interesting. We're also going to watch a documentary about the construction of High Speed 1 as well, as that also relates to the Eurostars. Right, I'm just going to let you guys enjoy the documentary a bit for a second, because I just need to run up and get my portable charger, because the charging lead down here just isn't working. I need my mum to get it replaced.
That could chew their way through mile after mile of channel floor.
I know, Jupiter, but it can't be helped. I'll be back, everyone.
The Babylonians built the first underwater tunnel under the Euphrates River in 2180 BC.
Babylonians.
The British built the second
Just a minute.
4,000 years later under the Thames in 1843. The channel will return on Modern Marvels.
AM, watch a lot.
Turn to the channel on Modern Marvels. The first big question facing the French and the British as they prepared to drill 3 tunnels across the English Channel was the question of access. How to get people and supplies in and out of the underwater construction site. The British decided to drill 2 slanted passageways or adits descending from the base of Shakespeare Cliff, some 200 feet to the starting point of the tunnels. In addition, they dug out 3 large shafts through which they could lower heavy equipment like the tunnel boring machines. The French, on the other hand, took a more dramatic approach, digging out a spectacular trench.
It was hiding on some kitchen roll.
The well
What's the chap been saying?
195 feet deep and 165 feet
Tell me what I
wide.
was doing for you? Okay.
It was large enough to swallow the Arc de Triomphe of Paris.
In a shaft of that size, all 3 tunnels could pass through the bottom of the shaft, which meant that you had vertical access to all 3 tunnels, and you could draw the material straight up out of them. And if any one of them got blocked, it didn't affect the others.
The French TBMs were lowered piece by piece into the Sangot well and then assembled over a period of months in roomy starter tunnels that led to the smaller tunnels to be drilled by the TBMs. By early 1988, TBMs on both sides of the channel had begun drilling the service tunnel, the first of 3 passages that would make up the channel complex. Over the next few months, 4 more TBMs would set to work grinding away towards each other and excavating the 2 larger tunnels through which trains would eventually run. In terms of size, power, and speed, tunnel boring machines had come a long way since their invention in 1875. These 1,400-ton behemoths boasted...
Yeah, well, we're not going to talk about that, are we, MLP fan? Pretend that's not happening. We're focused on the... pretend that's not happening, MLP fan. We're focused on the Channel Tunnel today.
Had come a long way since their invention in 1875. These 1,400-ton behemoths boasted revolving cutter heads that stretched out as much as 28 feet in diameter, dwarfing the men who worked the machine. Rotating at 3.5 revolutions per minute, the blade studded with clusters of steel teeth.
3.5 revolutions per minute.
Rotating at 3.5 revolutions per minute, the blade studded with clusters of steel teeth would grind through the hardest rock at 15 feet an hour.
That's nice. You already said that, Mark, and we already reacted.
Revolving cutter heads that stretched out as much as 28 feet in diameter, dwarfing the men who worked the machine. Rotating at 3.5 revolutions per minute, the blade studded with clusters of steel teeth would grind through the hardest rock at 15 feet an hour.
15 feet an hour. Nice.
At 15 feet an hour.
Cool.
To actually stand at the face of one of these things is massively impressive. You're talking sort of 7 meters across, with all these little cups, and you think, how on earth is this going to dig through the ground? But of course it does.
So why don't you say it again, Martin?
You're talking sort of 7 meters across.
Questions reclaim
with
them.
all
Nice.
these little cups, and you think, how on earth is this going to dig through the ground? But of course it does, because it just literally eats it away as it goes.
Yes.
Interestingly, the British and the French did not use the same kind of TBM. The difference was not ideology, but geology. 6 fault lines crisscrossed the first few miles of the French coastline, and that meant that any drilling would be inundated with water from the channel, pouring through the cracks in the earth, making work difficult and messy, if not impossible. During the aborted 1974 tunneling attempt, that's exactly what happened, and the French were determined to improve conditions this time around. It took 18 months to design and build a special waterproof TBM, a virtual tunneling submarine that could plow through the seabed in monsoon-like conditions.
What does everyone else here think of these? What does everyone else here think of these tunnel boring machines?
Build a special waterproof TBM, a virtual tunneling submarine that could plow through the seabed in monsoon-like conditions, keeping equipment
sodding reason.
Waterproof TBM, a virtual tunneling submarine that could plow through the seabed in monsoon-like conditions, keeping equipment and crew bone dry, and that could withstand tremendous water pressure, up to 7,500 tons worth, the kind of pressure the TBM would encounter if water from the channel crashed full force into its path. The British, on the other hand, didn't expect a lot of wetness, so they drilled with more conventional open-face machines. It was a decision they would come to second guess, as unanticipated waterfalls made much of their drilling a very messy affair. The TBM, of course, was at the heart of the tunneling process, eating its way through tons of rock, while carefully following the skinny, wrinkled path of chalk marl across the channel. Surveyors had fixed the difficult route.
What does everyone else here think of the tunnel boring machines?
Messy affair. The TBM, of course, was at the heart of the tunneling process, eating its way through tons of rock, while carefully following the skinny, wrinkled path of chalk marl across the channel. Surveyors had fixed the difficult route, boring thousands of samples from the channel floor and mapping the seabed with sophisticated sounding techniques. A TBM driver sitting just behind the cutting head kept the machine on course with the help of satellite input and laser probes.
He has at his console a readout of precisely where his machine is with respect to where it ought to be, and so he can steer it to keep it online. It's, if you like, entirely blind flying because you can't see through solid rock, but the machine computer tells him precisely where his machine is with respect to where it should be at any time.
Behind the control room, the long body of the boring machine is busily engaged in 2 critical tasks: getting the spoil out of the system and installing concrete lining rings to stabilize the freshly drilled hole.
It's a massively impressive tool. A frightening environment. I remember distinctly the first time I went into a tunnel boring machine working. You had to go onto a very, very tight walkway with a conveyor going above you with all the spoil coming from the face. And you'd walk up through all this complex machinery that was lifting segments of concrete, these huge segment linings, 9 tons each. And you had to literally creep through these tight, compact areas of the head of the tunnel boring machine to get into the little bit at the front end which actually was doing the work. All the rest of it was mechanically driven, but right at the front, just behind the head.
Is everyone still there?
Actually putting the linings
What
up
does
onto the wall
everyone
of the
think
tunnel.
of these amazing tunnel boring
All
machines?
the rest of it was mechanically driven, but right at the front, just behind the head, was the
So
guys
cool. Is
who
John
were
Murray
actually
still
putting the
there?
lines up onto the wall of the tunnel.
It would take about 20 minutes to erect a complete ring of lining behind the tunnel boring machine. So, provided
20 minutes?
it would take
That's
The guys who were actually
kind of
putting
quick.
the linings up onto the wall of the tunnel.
it would take about 20 minutes to erect a complete ring of lining behind the tunnel boring machine. So, provided you could excavate
Nice,
that
Jupiter.
metre-and-a-half ring width in the same 20 minutes, the
about
machine
everyone
never had to
else?
stop.
One of the most impressive things about the TBMs was their sheer length. It took minutes to walk to the rear of these 800-foot-long machines. A distance of
800
nearly
feet.
3
Oh,
In the same 20 minutes, the machine never had to stop.
some of the
One of the
greatest
most
ever
impressive
created.
things about the TBMs was their sheer length. It took minutes to walk to the rear of these 800-foot-long machines, a distance of nearly 3 football fields. As many as 17 wagons loaded with support apparatus stretched behind the cutting head, containing everything from transformers to grouting mechanisms to...
What about you, James? What do you think of these
800-foot-long
huge
machines,
tunnel boring
a
machines?
distance of nearly 3 football fields. As many as 17 wagons loaded with support apparatus stretched behind the cutting head, containing everything from transformers to grouting mechanisms to ventilation and air compression systems to a lunchroom and an infirmary.
Lunchroom and infirmary as well.
And an infirmary.
Go away.
The British alone produced and installed over 500,000 lining rings. The concrete used for the rings, which support 150 feet of seabed and 150 feet of ocean, had to be the strongest ever mixed, twice as strong as that used to line a nuclear reactor.
Damn, twice as strong as that used to line a nuclear reactor, just to hold up the weight of the Earth and the sea.
The British alone produced and
I
installed
did not know
over
that at all.
500,000 lining rings.
Crazy.
Concrete used for the rings, which support 150 feet of seabed and 150 feet of ocean, had to be the strongest ever mixed, twice as strong as that used to line a nuclear reactor. All the granite for the concrete was quarried from a single
Hello,
mountain on the
Victor.
west coast of
You've been
Scotland.
here before,
1,000,000
Victor.
lining rings.
If not, then welcome. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Right now, we're watching a documentary about the construction of the Channel Tunnel. Crazy. It just told us that the concrete used to make the tunnel lining rings had to be twice as strong as concrete used to line nuclear reactors. They had to be twice as strong as concrete used for nuclear reactors in order to hold up the seabed and the water. It was just crazy.
Poured 150 feet of seabed and 150 feet of ocean.
These lining rings were crazy strong.
To be the strongest ever mixed, twice as strong as that.
Yes,
used
they
to
are,
line a
James,
nuclear
absolutely.
reactor. All the granite for the concrete was quarried from a single mountain on the west coast of Scotland to ensure it was of uniform quality. 8 assembly lines churned out hundreds of different types of segments, including concrete rings that were 12 feet thick, used to prop up weaker passages. Spoil disposal was another huge and vital part of the tunneling process. Because their spoil was wet to begin with, the French mixed it with water to create a kind of slurry which they pumped a mile outside of Senghor and dumped atop an artificially created 125-acre basin called Fond Pignon. 6 pumps, each one strong enough to dump enough spoil per hour to fill a baseball diamond to a depth of 36 feet, spewed the slurry to the dump site. The British expected their spoil to be dry, so they opted to haul it out by conveyor belt and train. But once outside of the tunnel, the Brits weren't quite sure how to dispose of it.
Various different options were looked at, some of them requiring train loads of wet chalk to be taken around the country and lost somewhere. There were various environmental concerns about where we were going to dump this spoil. The logistics of moving it away quickly were very important. And in the end, it was decided that we would leave it as close to the hole.
I'm still here, John Maurice. What do you think of the huge tunnel boring machines, John?
And in the end, it was decided that we would
drill
leave
the
it
tunnel,
as close
dig
to
out
the
the
hole.
tunnel.
And in the end, it was decided that we would leave it as close to the hole where it came out of the ground as possible.
After looking at 90 possible dump sites, authorities opted to toss the spoil into the channel, adjacent
to the hole where it came out of the ground as possible.
We knew a Victor who was a nonce. Victor.
After looking at 90 possible dump sites, authorities opted to toss the spoil into the channel, adjacent to Shakespeare Cliff, the point at which it had been removed. This proved to be an immense undertaking to keep the spoil intact so that it would solidify a huge...
So that all the earth they dug out was used to artificially extend England, basically.
Was built and driven into the sea. The seawall frame was the largest sheet steel structure ever fabricated. As the 5 million tons of spoil rose up through the sea, it congealed and eventually added 73 acres of landmass to England. While spoil teams tossed tons of rock into the channel, TBM teams desperately fought to keep the channel out of the tunnel. But leaks and the possibility of catastrophic flooding would soon become a major concern. 11 men, 9 British, 2 French, lost their lives building the tunnel.
Rest in peace to those 11 men.
On Modern Marvels. The biggest danger in drilling an underwater tunnel is the ever-present possibility of hitting a fissure and triggering a flood. This was especially worrisome in the channel because the tunneling team had to follow a thin, crooked path of chalk marl that was surrounded by weak rock. Hitting bad ground could create cracks in the seabed and bring water pouring down. The thousands of boreholes that had been drilled to study the channel floor posed an even greater danger.
Although you always specify that that borehole gets filled with concrete afterwards, contractors have a nasty habit of forgetting to put the cement in. And so you get a borehole full of stones. And you don't want, in an underwater tunnel, to intersect a hole full of stones that the water can rush down. So all we had to do before we started was to try to determine precisely where over 3,000 boreholes over 200 years had been sunk into the bed of the channel so as to avoid them with our boring machine. And because we didn't know with great precision where they were, instead of saying each hole is 6 inches in diameter, we said each hole is 30 feet in diameter. Miss it.
The many borings, at least, gave engineers a pretty good idea of what they would find in the channel seabed, or so they thought.
Must have been one of the most surveyed bits of ground in the world, and yet the tunnel boring machine on the UK side still hit unexpected wet ground just off the coast. Everyone expected it to be them to be going through dry chalk all the way, and they had machines designed for that. And so when they suddenly hit wet ground, they were in a bit of trouble.
Oh God, look at that!
Them to be going through dry chalk all the way, and they had machines designed for that. And so when they suddenly hit wet ground, they were in a bit of trouble.
Look at that! The tunnel leaking through fissures in the tunnel leaking through fissures in the seabed. Water leaking in. Yeah, there was always a chance that it could have caused catastrophic flooding. Thankfully, that didn't happen, though.
A bit of trouble is a bit of an understatement. Water began seeping into the British end of the service tunnel in March 1988 as the TBM gnawed its way forward just off the coast.
Hey, Sender.
The TBM was designed for a dry environment, but now, week after week and month after month, water was raining into the construction site. Salt water, indicating that it came directly from the sea.
I went into the face at the messiest point, under the UK land drive. And if you can imagine a very, very heavy rainstorm that you're working in constantly at the face, that's what it's like, a very torrential rainstorm. All shift long.
Torrential rainstorm.
The main concern was obviously that the ground was so soft that it would literally come in above you, that it would collapse, and therefore concern was obviously that the ground was so soft that it would literally come in above you, that it would collapse.
Oh, that was a yes.
That you're working in constantly at the face. That's what it's like, a very torrential rainstorm.
It must have been hell for the tunnelers.
All shift long, the whole time. The main concern was obviously that the ground was so soft that it would literally come in above you, that it would collapse, and therefore the engineers had to be absolutely sure that they could proceed safely. So the choice was, do you try and turn offline? Do you carry on and hope the ground would improve? Or do you stop and find some other way of digging through it?
Yes, even modern tunnels, like the Channel Tunnel, were at risk of flooding and collapse. Tunnel building in general is an extremely dangerous task. All sorts of problems can occur. It was even more dangerous in the 19th and 20th centuries, especially in the 19th century, when tunnel floodings were very common and tons of workers drowned from major floodings. Like in the construction of the Thames Tunnel, like, for example, I know, time lad. In the construction of the Thames Tunnel, Brunel's Thames Tunnel, in 1843, and most of the subsurface London Underground, most of the subsurface lines on the London Underground, flooding was extremely common. Like, tunnelers would sometimes come across hidden underground rivers that they didn't know were there, and then the water would gush in and drown a lot of the workers, completely flooding the tunnel. It was just awful. And of course, while the building of the Channel Tunnel was a lot safer than the tunnel building was in the 19th and 20th centuries, as this documentary said, 11 people still lost their lives, and the threat of major flooding was still prominent. Yeah, when I did the Great Western Railway live stream last year, and we talked a bit about the building of Box Tunnel and how loads of workers over 100 workers lost their lives building Box Tunnel. I'm sure you guys understand by now what's awful, time lad. I'm sure you all understand by now that tunneling in general, even today, is quite dangerous. Engineers need to know exactly what they're doing when building tunnels.
And in fact, in the end, they made the decision to carry on slowly and as safely as possible.
Slowly.
In those conditions. But at that time, you were literally moving at a tenth of the speed that you would do normally.
Oh God, look at all that water.
Very slow.
The leaks, as it turned out, were coming straight from the channel.
We do understand that it's dangerous. Extremely dangerous, John Murray. Well, not extremely dangerous today, but extremely dangerous in the 19th and even the 20th century. Yes, all those workers that lost their lives building tunnels in blasting accidents or cave-ins. Loads of workers over the years building tunnels lost their lives in blasting accidents, in cases where tunnels were blasted out with explosives, in cave-ins, and of course floodings. It's a big shame, but it's the price. Unfortunately, it's the price we sometimes have to pay for huge engineering projects. Antique gun, nice.
Through very fine fissures that earlier tests had not picked up.
It's sad, but it's true.
The leaks, as it turned out, were coming straight from the channel. Through very fine fissures that earlier tests had not picked up. The good news was the cracks were stable, and while conditions were difficult and unpleasant, they were not life-threatening.
Thankfully, today, the Channel Tunnel, upon its completion, the Channel Tunnel was made 100% watertight. All the fissures were sealed off. All the fissures were sealed off, and now thanks to the strength of the tunnel as a whole, there's now no chance of water leaking into the Channel Tunnel whatsoever, leaking through the seabed, leaking through the thick seabed, and there's now no chance of any water, of even one drop of water, leaking through the seabed of the Channel Tunnel into the tunnel itself. Sorry, through the seabed of the English Channel into the tunnel itself whatsoever. There's no chance of that happening whatsoever, not even one drop.
Nevertheless, the constant leaks cost the crew a year.
Unalive people to get the sorry, I didn't read that correctly, James.
And while conditions were difficult and unpleasant, they were not life-threatening. Nevertheless, the constant leaks cost the crew a year.
Cost the crew a year, so had they planned for the leaks, the tunnel could have been finished by 1993 instead of 94.
And while conditions were difficult and unpleasant, they were not life-threatening. Nevertheless, the constant leaks cost the crew a year. Later, in dry ground, the TBMs made up the time by drilling at the record pace of 1,200 feet a week.
1,200 feet a week? That's like over half a mile a week. That's awesome. With the tunnel being like 31 miles long, had they drilled at 1,200 feet a week, hello Blocky Rainbow, we're talking about the construction of the Channel Tunnel, the railway tunnel that links England with France. I know, MLP fan. Had they constantly dug at 1,200 feet a week? No. I wouldn't want to risk it either, James. Had these boring machines actually dug at 1,200 feet a week, so half a mile a week, roughly. So the tunnel could have been completed in about 62 weeks. That's just over a year. Well, I mean, the tunnel still would have needed the rails laid and all the electrical equipment installed, but had these boring machines been drilling at 1,200 feet a week constantly, I reckon the tunnel could have easily been finished and fully finished and opened within about 3 years.
The time by drilling at the record pace of 1,200 feet a week.
Crazy.
Drilling through the channel bed was the glamorous part of the tunneling process, but
Stage could work how?
Supply logistics was a
Receiving
major,
stage, nice.
if more mundane challenge.
Go away, co-pilots.
Just drilling through the channel bed was the glamorous part of the tunneling process, but supply logistics was a major, if more mundane challenge.
Oh yeah, supplies were crucial as well. Yeah, they had to lay temporary narrow gauge tracks through the tunnels to take the supplies in. Then, of course, take them up and replace them with the standard gauge tunnel, with the standard gauge tracks for the proper trains that were going to use the tunnel.
Tunneling process, but supply logistics was a major, if more mundane, challenge. A construction railway, the third busiest rail system in all of England, carried thousands of workers, hundreds of thousands of lining rings, and millions of tons of spoil in and out of the various passageways.
Then, of course, when it was time to lay the actual rails, this temporary construction railway was pulled up, and the rails that were actually going to be used in the tunnel by the standard gauge high-speed trains and car and lorry shuttles were laid.
The construction railway at its peak was 1,200 pieces of rolling stock. Of which something like about 140 locomotives, and the rest were supply vehicles. And we were busier than Heathrow Airport in terms of movements.
Wow.
And every single train went in fully
busier than Heathrow Airport
in terms of movements. And every single train went in fully loaded and came out bringing out goods and materials that had to be taken to the surface and disposed of.
All told, the underground supply trains logged enough miles to go to the moon 5 times.
Wow.
Incredible.
The moon 5 times, so that means they would have racked up about 1.25 million miles in total.
All told, the underground supply trains logged enough miles to go to the moon 5 times. Incredibly, the tracking system used to monitor the incessant traffic was nothing more than a magnetic board covered with colored magnets. A more high-tech computerized system would not have been as reliable in this wet underworld.
Makes sense.
It was an unbelievable headache. You had all the different tunnels with all the different segments. Each segment had to be numbered and supplied exactly to the number that was going into the tunnel. You had what we called bullets of concrete, which had a lifespan of 5 or 6 hours maximum. So they had to go down. If they were delayed, they went solid, and then they had to be dug out of the bullets, literally by hand.
Interestingly, because of the congestion and long waits, and in order to keep down emissions in the tunnel, many of the workers rode to their job sites on mountain bikes.
Oh, I didn't know that at all.
Because of the congestion and long waits, and in order to keep down emissions in the tunnel, many of the workers rode to their job sites on mountain bikes.
On mountain bikes? I had no idea they rode down the tunnel on mountain bikes sometimes. That's brilliant.
A lot of colleagues used to say that it was good fun going in on the bike, especially if you needed to keep fit. Because some of these guys were going up to 27K on a bicycle to the midpoint of the tunnel. The first 9 or 10K is downhill, and then it's very gentle from there onwards. It was only coming home was the difficult part. Up the hill, that was a difficult one.
Even more difficult, making sure that the 2 TBMs eating their way towards each other under 31 miles of channel floor would meet in the middle.
Exactly. Getting to tunnel boring, 2 tunnels being built at opposite ends to line up must be a really complicated task.
After 2.5 years, the 2
Really
TBMs
complicated.
eating their way towards each other under 31 miles of channel floor would meet in the middle. After 2.5 years of non-stop tunneling, the time had come for an underwater breakthrough.
Yes.
A British workforce of 3,587 lived in barracks at the job site, put in 10-hour shifts, and earned between $1,000 and $3,500 a week, digging out the Channel Tunnel.
Not too
The tunnel
bad.
will return on Modern Marvels.
That's not too bad at all.
A return to the tunnel on Modern Marvels.
That would mean they'd earn about 4,000 to... Hang on. They'd earn about 4,000 to... hang on. They'd earn about 4,000 to... hang on. Trying to think. Yeah, they'd earn about $4,000 to $14,000 a month. That British workforce. That's a really good paycheck, if you ask me. Really good. Especially if you adjust that for inflation. They were doing a very, very hard job, so they did deserve a decent wage.
587 lived in barracks at the job site, put in 10-hour shifts, and earned between $1,000 and $3,500
John,
a
Murray,
week,
and James still
digging
there.
out the Channel Tunnel. The Channel will return on Modern Marvels. A return to the Channel on Modern Marvels. One of the biggest questions hanging over the Channel tunneling process was whether the tunnel boring machines worming their way towards each other from each coast over a period of years would really meet in the middle of the channel as planned. TBMs could be off target by as much as 2 feet and still have room to swerve towards each other and hook up. But anything more, a deviation of a yard over a distance of 31 miles, would be ruinous. Tunnelers used lasers and geopositioning satellites to steer the TBMs. They also turned to micropaleontologists who analyzed tiny fossils in the soil to make sure they were on course.
Chalk was laid down millions of years ago in a big freshwater lake with thousands and thousands of tiny little shelled creatures crushed by the weight of material on the top and forming chalk. So in order to ensure that we knew exactly which piece of chalk we were in, we had micropaleontologists employed who would take away a sample of the clay, put it under the microscope, and recognize these microscopic little shells. And if they didn't see the ones we expected, they would say, "You're in the wrong stuff, chaps. You'd better alter the level of your tunnel until you find this correct stratum." So we were constantly drilling ahead of our machine and taking samples.
On October 30th, 1990, after 2.5 years of continuous drilling, the French TBM had eaten its way through 41,612 meters of the service tunnel and was poised to break through on the British side. For the Eurotunnel team, this was the moment of truth.
However blasé engineers like myself may appear, of course, it's a bit nerve-wracking because until you actually join, you can't be sure how precise you are. In order to finally align the tunnels, a small hand-excavated tunnel was driven from one tunnel to the other, through which we could, as we say, close the traverse of the
That's an interesting way of doing it.
survey and tell ourselves precisely what the junction error was. It was very interesting when you consider that we'd driven a tunnel 22 kilometres out from England, 16 kilometres from France, and they had to meet in the middle, and the distance measurement between England and France was accurate to just about 75 millimetres, 3 inches. The alignment measurement was accurate to 250 millimetres, so we were pretty close.
That's through, that's through.
Alignment measurement, just about 75 millimetres, 3 inches. The alignment measurement was accurate to 250 millimetres, so we were pretty close.
That's through, that's through. That's through, hey! There's the handshake we've all been waiting for, Mr. Fagg and Mr.
Amid
Crozet.
cheers, British TBM operator Graham Fagg walked through the opening and onto French soil. French tunneler Philippe Cosette crossed over into Britain. The two had their passports stamped and enjoyed the moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, just about 4 hours ago, for the very first time since the end of the Ice Age, it became possible for the people of Britain to walk to France and for the people of France to walk to the United Kingdom.
Differences between French and British culture, however, surfaced immediately.
And when the tunnel junction, of course, there was great excitement. Nobody had walked from England to France for 8,000 years, probably. So when the hole was broken through, we rushed through into the French side, where there were 2 tables laden with Jeroboams of champagne, and a lot of them were ready poured into flutes for us to drink, which we did. The French, of course, rushed into the English side, where there were similar 2 tables laden with plastic cups and mineral water.
Oh my God. Oh dear.
Which we did. The French, of course,
shows you how much more upper class the French are.
Rushed into the English side, where there were similar two tables laden with plastic cups and mineral water. And the Entente Cordiale nearly collapsed at that point.
Made history.
Similar celebrations would quickly follow, marking breakthroughs for the two other tunnels, the larger passageways on either side through which trains would eventually run. By 1991, the first and riskiest phase of the Channel project was complete. Tunnels under the English Channel were at last a reality.
But then came the job of actually laying the running rails and installing all the electrical equipment and safety stuff to enable the trains to run.
The stage was set for a new excavation challenge, digging out enormous crossover chambers, which had to be big enough to allow kilometer-long trains to
and the crossovers as well.
Which had to be big enough to allow kilometer-long trains to cross over and change direction from one tunnel to the next. The crossovers, one on each end of the three central tunnels, were the largest underwater chambers ever attempted.
They were excavated first one side, then the other, and then they ate away at the center section. When you went in there during the construction phase, it was awesome. Watching them bit by bit, piece by piece, section by section, line the walls, put the tracks in, put the floor down, put the doors in, and all of it had to be taken in bit by bit and constructed in situ. It's absolutely fantastic, but they just did it like piecing a giant jigsaw together in this massive cavern.
The caverns were too large for the TBM teams to quickly install concrete lining rings as they had done in the tunnels. Instead, they used a temporary support technique called shotcreting, spraying a layer of concrete onto the high ceilings and walls to keep them from crumbling.
Shotcrete is a thin skin of sprayed concrete to spray directly onto the rock. It creates, if you like, an eggshell structure within the rock, which will stand, as we know, for a considerable period. And that gives us time to advance through and take out all the excavation, and then we can cast inside it a concrete lining at our leisure.
The stability of the concrete walls would be severely tested soon after the channel opened, in a devastating trial by fire. Electrified fences, baited traps, pits, and dart guns all protect the channel from rabid foxes and terrorist attack. Modern marvels will return. Now return to the channel on Modern Marvels. Putting a train tunnel through the English Channel involved more than, well, just putting a tunnel through the channel. A 31-mile passageway, 23 miles of it underwater, requires its own infrastructure, including cooling, pumping, and ventilation systems that make the whole operation efficient and safe.
This is actually W1 pump station, one of three, all told. You've got two on the English side and one on the French side.
5 pumping stations like the service tunnel are responsible for keeping the underground pathways dry. Engineers planned for water to seep down from the channel at the rate of 150 liters per second, which sounds like a lot, but works out to a liter per kilometer.
This is what enables the channel tunnel to stay dry, these pumping systems that ensure that the water is kept firmly out of the tunnel, these pumping systems.
Minimal seepage is a good thing, relieving some of the stress created by the immense weight of the seabed and the channel.
Are James and John Murray both still there?
And the channel. Pipes are everywhere in the channel complex. Pipes that keep it dry and pipes that keep it cool, carrying cold water through all the passageways.
If we didn't cool the tunnel, the friction of the trains moving through the air would cause the temperature to rise to about 30 to 50 degrees centigrade, which is somewhere in the region of about 120, 140 degrees Fahrenheit. This would mean that air conditioning of the through trains and the shuttles would be extremely expensive in fuel, and you'd get a circular argument of heat-generated air conditioning.
What do you mean when is the weekend? You know when the weekend is, Cassie. Obviously it's tomorrow. Can't even get around the place? Maybe not.
The trains moving through the air would cause the temperature to rise to about 30 to 50 degrees centigrade, which is somewhere in the region of about 120, 140 degrees Fahrenheit. This would mean that air conditioning of the through trains and the shuttles would be extremely expensive in fuel, and you'd get a circular argument of heat-generated air conditioning throwing out more heat, and therefore we have to cool it.
Cold water keeps the temperature in the channel a constant 50 degrees. The water in the pipes is chilled here at a cooling plant at the foot of Shakespeare Cliff, next to the original entry point to the tunnel worksite.
Nice.
The water keeps the temperature in the channel
and argument of heat-generated air conditioning throwing out more heat, and therefore we have to cool it.
Cold water keeps the temperature in the channel a constant 50 degrees. The water in the pipes is chilled here at a cooling plant at the foot of Shakespeare Cliff, next to the original entry point to the tunnel worksite. When it's cold outside, a series of radiator-like fans are enough to keep the pipes cool. In warm weather, enormous chillers are used, 4 of them, each one loaded with 5 tons of refrigerant, the equivalent of 5,000 home freezers. The chillers are among the most powerful in Europe. Each one can reduce the temperature of 200 gallons of water by 6 degrees in a single second.
As you can see, it's very windy.
6 degrees in a
6
second.
degrees in a single second.
As you can see, it's very windy. About 15 miles an hour.
Ventilation of the channel is another vital issue. There has to be a way of getting fresh air into the passageways and of controlling smoke or toxic fumes in case of emergency. Huge ventilators housing gigantic fans, each one equipped with 34 blades, do just that, blowing a constant draft, 161 cubic meters of fresh air per second through shafts like this one in the service tunnel, which distributes the air to the other passageways. Much of the air stays in the service tunnel, which is pressurized to provide a safe haven during a fire. By maintaining higher air pressure in here, smoke or other contaminated air can't seep in from the outside. The tunnel floors, of course, had to be paved and lined with track, over 100 miles worth of state-of-the-art sensor-laden rail, the double
Sensor-laden rail,
service
nice.
tunnel, which distributes the air to the other passageways. Much of the air stays in the service tunnel, which is pressurized to provide a safe haven during a fire. By maintaining higher air pressure in here, smoke or other contaminated air can't seep in from the outside. The tunnel floors, of course, had to be paved and lined with track, over 100 miles worth of state-of-the-art sensor-laden rail. The tunnel floors, of course, had to be paved and lined with track, over 100 miles worth of state-of-the-art sensor-laden rail that doubles as a signaling system, shooting streams of digitized information to computers on board trains.
Nice.
Catenary lines were installed to deliver power to the trains.
Well, yeah, of course they needed catenary lines, because without them, there'd be no power for the trains at all.
In normal use, the channel needs 160 megawatts of electricity, the same amount used by a city.
Oh, cool,
260
James.
megawatt power to the trains. In normal use, the channel needs 160 megawatts of electricity, the same amount used by a city of 250,000. In May 1994, after centuries of talk and nearly a decade of construction, The Channel Tunnel was ready for traffic. A lavish banquet in the British crossover chamber marked the occasion.
Crossing over the tracks. In the actual crossover tunnel, in the actual crossover chamber, they laid out a huge dining area.
Ready for traffic.
Wow.
A lavish banquet in the British crossover chamber marked the occasion.
Crazy.
The channel was built with three kinds of trains in mind. The channel was built with three kinds of trains in mind. A passenger train that could speed from Paris to London in 3 hours, and two shuttles, a covered one for cars, and a larger lattice-framed one for heavy trucks.
Yes. And also freight trains as well, hauled by Class 92 locomotives.
Speed from Paris to London in 3 hours, and two shuttles, a covered one for cars, and a larger lattice-framed one for heavy trucks. Both could cross the channel in 35 minutes.
Nice.
The shuttles were especially designed for the channel to make it easy for vehicles to get on, go through, and get off the trains. The wagons carrying trucks are the largest train cars ever built and boast the best speed-to-weight ratio of all time.
These trains were of a completely new type because of the need to have a very quick transit through the channel, and that led us to have trains running up to 160 kph and weighing up to 2,500 tons. Generally speaking, in the railway world, you have fast trains, which are light, or heavy trains, which are slow. And we have both here. That was the new fact.
Critics had warned that a channel train could become the world's longest crematorium, and fire was a major consideration in this long...
The new, which are light, or heavy trains, which are slow. And we have both here. That was the new fact.
Critics had warned that a channel train could become the world's longest crematorium, and fire was a major consideration in their design. The wagons are made from special alloys that can burn for 35 minutes, the length of a trip through the channel, without warping. Unfortunately, the various fire detection and alarm systems were put to the test less than 3 years after the channel opened. On November 18th, 1996,
Yes, there was a fire in the tunnel, sadly.
Various fire detection and alarm systems were put to the test less than 3 years after the channel opened. On November 18th, 1996, a truck shuttle caught fire as it entered the channel at Calais. Authorities believe that a torch was tossed onto the train, starting the blaze. The flames quickly spread to a truck load starting at Calais.
So it was a deliberate terrorist
attack.
attack.
3 years after the channel opened. On November 18th, 1996, a truck shuttle caught fire as it entered the channel at Calais. Authorities believe that a torch was tossed onto the train, starting the blaze. The flames quickly spread to a truck loaded with 20 tons of animal fat. The resulting inferno starting the blaze. The flames quickly spread to a truck loaded with 20 tons of animal fat. The resulting inferno reached a temperature of 1,300 degrees and had passengers gasping on the train car floor. The shuttle tried to race through to the British side so that firemen could work in the open air, but wind generated by the speeding train spread the fire from wagon to wagon until 14 of the 28 cars were ablaze. Finally, the Euro shuttle came to a stop about 10 miles out of Calais.
By the time it was halted in the middle of the tunnel, most of the train was a raging inferno, and all the wagons were melted down just like huge dollops of metal. And they did have to be prized away from the line. The line was totally destroyed. And it was very, very lucky that nobody was killed. That's because they managed to get out of the train and into the service tunnel and away from the danger. The fire then began to eat into the main superstructure of the tunnel itself. Given another hour or two, if that fire hadn't been brought under control, maybe there would have been a collapse, which would have brought the whole thing down.
Oh no.
As a result of the near catastrophe,
the tunnel could have collapsed. Shit.
from a danger. The fire then began to eat into the main superstructure of the tunnel itself. Given another hour or two, if that fire hadn't been brought under control, maybe there would have been a collapse, which would have brought the whole thing down.
As a result of the near catastrophe, Eurotunnel has made key changes in its firefighting strategy. Instead of ramming through to daylight in a literal blaze, the plan now is to stop in the tunnel, let passengers escape to safety, and fight the fire with hoses and suppressants on board the train. The fire has certainly not deterred us. Let passengers escape to safety and fight the fire with hoses and suppressants on board the train. The plan now is to stop in the tunnel, let passengers escape to safety, and fight the fire with hoses and suppressants on board the train. The fire has certainly not deterred people from using the channel. 31 million people a year, 1,000 cars an hour, now cross the English Channel from below.
Nice. Rightfully so.
Many of them make day trips from England to France to shop.
You can even buy Irish Guinness in France cheaper than you can buy it in England. That's the advantage. You can buy wine.
Pounds a bottle.
People will go from the UK across to France for a night out and then come back. I mean, that is just extraordinary. It wouldn't have happened, you know, it couldn't have happened 20 years ago.
Channel traffic is expected to double by 2010, and Eurotunnel has already submitted plans for a second channel tunnel, possibly for
Second channel tunnel. I didn't know that. Clearly it wasn't needed because we still only got the one.
It happened, you know, it couldn't have happened 20 years ago.
Channel traffic is expected to double by 2010, and Eurotunnel has already submitted plans for a second channel tunnel, possibly for cars as well as trains, to be built in 2020.
Well, that never happens.
For cars as well as trains to be built in 2020. This despite the fact that it'll still be years, perhaps decades, before Eurotunnel investors see any profit on their historic venture. All earnings so far have gone to pay off the immense debt incurred in funding the $14 billion project. But numbers don't really tell the story of the Channel Tunnel. A story not so much of profit and loss as of incredible engineering, the irrepressible human desire to stretch across distances, overcome natural and cultural boundaries, extend the limits of technology.
It was a massive engineering feat, the Channel Tunnel.
And find a cheaper bottle of wine.
Cheaper bottle of wine.
Squids use ink to...
Yeah, we don't care about squids. Well, that's it for that documentary. You sure about that? 102 views? Not too bad. Right, I just need the loo, guys. 103. I just need the loo. Hi, Matthew. I guess I am the Eurostar man, considering I do use it a lot. Squidward and the Magic Railroad? Nice. I just need the loo, guys, then I'll be right back, and then we'll get into Roblox, and I promised Andrew I'd play on Terminal Railways. I'd drive the Eurostar on Terminal Railways with Andrew. So we'll do that as soon as I get back from the loo. I'm getting some water. So I'll be back. Anybody comes while I'm gone, you know the drill. Tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be back, everyone. Lovely. Oh. Then towards the end of the stream, I think, later in the stream, we'll talk a bit about High Speed 1, the high-speed line that the Eurostars used to reach the Channel Tunnel. Nice. There, John Murray. Right. See you in a second, guys. Okay, I'm back. What's been happening in the chat? Hey Jacob, nice to see you. Where is anything? Figure. Nice. Hi Jacob, we just finished watching a documentary about the construction of the Channel Tunnel. Now I'm going to go on Terminal Railways and drive a Eurostar E300 on it because I promised Andrew I would play... I promised Andrew I'd play Terminal Railways with him during this stream. I'm just letting him know. Hold on, no. Giving the episode nothing. One more time. Later, so with Beanos, yes. Beanos the Penos. Drive the E300. No, I do not. Start from Northwell. Let's go. We'll talk about the E320s later. For now, we'll focus on the E300s. After we've done a bit of this, we'll talk about we'll talk a bit more in detail about the Eurotunnel car shuttles. Simping for Numberjack 5. Nice. People simping over 5. Nice. White space discussed earlier, James? Nice. Hope you see you in a bit. So yeah, Jacob, for now we're driving the E300s on here. Coming to... Let's load. Coming to join. Of course, we'll talk about the Eurostar trains themselves later in the stream, yes. One of my favourite high-speed trains. Eurostar, I'll talk about this a bit later, but Eurostar in general is fast becoming one of my favourite train operators. Almost every single time I've travelled with Eurostar, it's just been such a pleasant experience. I've only ever suffered one major delay with Eurostar. Other than that, Eurostar has just been... It's just a very pleasant experience for me every single time. Their trains are fast, comfortable, welcoming. Their trains are fast, comfortable, welcoming. Robot Wars, I don't know. I just haven't got the money for it at the moment. It's just fast, comfortable. Oh shit, I'm tipping. Oh no. Yeah, I should have gone a bit more slowly out of there. Oh well. We'll try again. go a bit slowly out of Northwell this time. Eurostar are just so pleasant to travel with. Yeah, they're so pleasant to travel with. Some people might disagree with me, but I think I prefer the E320s over the E300s. No, Matthew. And I don't care. E300s are also known as Class 373s, whereas the E320s are also known as the Class 374s. Are you still there, Jacob? Welcome back, Stephen. It's the Roblox game I'm currently playing, Stephen. I promised Andrew that I'd play this with him later. Drive the Eurostar on here, so that's what we're doing. Promised. So we'll get to runs then this time. One of the reasons I don't play Terminal Railways as much as BR, I would play BR if the Eurostar was in it, but it isn't. One of the reasons I don't play Terminal Railways as much is because the trains are just so unstable, and unlike BR's ones, they can fall off the tracks. The ones in Terminal Railways. Ping me for what? Oh, it's tipping already. Piss and urine everywhere, Jesus. Let's go. Maximum speed. No, maximum speed. Please don't tip over. For Christ's sake, please don't tip over. Oh, it's fine, Stephen. Please don't tip over, please don't tip over. Keep on, Christ. Right, slow down for Roslyn. Brake on fully. Yes, they are neon. Welcome, nice to see you. Earlier we were having a documentary. We're doing a documentary of showing everyone a documentary of the construction of the Channel Tunnel. But I promised Andrew I'd drive the Eurostar in here now. After I've done this, though, we're going to talk about the Eurotunnel car shuttles. Barnacle. Yes. Eurostar have retained like 8 of the E300 sets, but now it's mostly E320s. I'll let Electro know you're here, Neon. Hang on. Let's get it underway. Let's go. Oh shit. Please don't tip over, please don't tip over. No, 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 no. Oh my god, that was so close. Came so close to tipping over. Oh my lord. And if it tipped over, it would have despawned and it would have been for nothing. As headlights. What headlights? Shit, 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 don't tip over, don't tip over. Stupid, unstable trains. See, this is exactly why I don't play terminal railways as much. They're just so unstable, some of these trains. That was literally like out of Unstoppable, but with a Eurostar. How it almost tipped off the tracks. I'm gonna slow down for Dinsmark Central. Oh shit, went the wrong way, I forgot to set the points. Still there, Neon. I've asked Electro, I've told Electro you're here. No, 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 I haven't gone this way. There we are, into the platform. Trigger on emergency stop, yeah. Not this time. Brake! I don't know, John Murray, it's crazy, I just want the... All I want is for the year to slow down. Moment. Well, what are you watching, Neon? Let's go then. Hit the 2 times button. What 2 times button? Oh, 2 times speed of the year. No, 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 no. Oh, why is the E300 so unstable in this game? Bloody hell. I guess I'll just wait for Andrew to return, and then I'll go back on the game. even a little curb like that is police body cam stuff, right? Even a little curb like that is enough to make it tip over. Bloody hell! What is up with some of the trains in this game? Yes. John Murray. There's no way that Eurostar will be running if the trains were that unstable in real life. We'll come back to terminal railways later. To save memory. Simply had less value. Like, oh yeah, I was gonna have a look at the Eurotunnel shuttle trains. Actually, there's a Eurotunnel shuttle train there's a Eurotunnel game we can actually play in Roblox. So I guess we'll do that now. Where is it? Here we are, Eurotunnel border. You can't cross the border if you don't have a passport. If you don't have a passport, then you're automatically an illegal... No. I'm not gonna say it. Team full. I'll join the channel link team. So it looks like I'm on the maintenance personnel team. Welcome, Electro. Neon's here at the moment. We just joined a Eurotunnel. Oh, there's no vehicles here. No, not law enforcement, the tunnel maintenance. So earlier in the stream, Electra, I showed everyone a, Earlier in the stream, Electro, I showed everyone a documentary about the construction of the Channel Tunnel, and I think you would have found it interesting. Oh, I need to press E to drive it. I think you would have found it interesting, Electro. Get on the ground now. Oh, God. I think you'll like this stream, Electro, because there's a lot of engineering-related stuff we've been talking about in this stream so far, especially when it came to the building of the Channel Tunnel. Let's see if I can board one of these. Click me to teleport to France. Committed any crimes whatsoever. So we've been talking about a lot of engineering stuff in this stream. Earlier in the stream. Been there on Euro Truck Simulator? Nice. For example, Electro, did you know that the concrete lining pieces that we used to build, the pieces of concrete lining that we used to build the Channel Tunnel were, did you know that they were quite 2 times as strong? They were 2 times as strong as concrete that's used to line nuclear reactors. What do you think of that, Electro? Okay, so I guess I've teleported to France now. Any graphically better? Nice. Trains are currently undergoing repair. My boy, lamb casserole is for dinner, and ice cream. So I guess I'm in France now. Gas leak detected. So what do you think of that, Electro? The lining of the tunnel being twice as strong as concrete. There was also a huge risk of the tunnel flooding during construction, despite them digging like 150 feet below the seabed. Month of probation. Gonna be tough, exactly. So what do you think of all that, Electro? Oh, nice, Jacob. The end of June, I'm probably going to go to the Bluebell Railway's Model Railway weekend again at the end of June. So yeah, Electro, what do you think? We'll be watching another documentary about the construction of High Speed 1 later in the stream. Totally sounds like a Ford Transit. Yeah, oh, scheisse. I've been on the Eurotunnel shuttles before. I drove to Paris once and went on the Eurotunnel shuttle. A cover shot? Nice. So what do you think of the engineering side of the Channel Tunnel then, Electro? Oh, and now I've tipped over. Spots on display, nice. No, I can't remember if I showed... Can't remember if I showed this in a, I can't remember if I showed this in a, in one of my train spotting reaction, videos, but... Trainspotting did a segment on the Eurotunnel car shuttles. Here it is. Trainspotting did a segment on the Eurotunnel car shuttles before.
So all good things must come to an end. Of the scene.
Still there, Electro.
Now, before I got into all this broadcasting lark, I used to work for French Railways, taking UK holidaymakers across the Channel and to various destinations in France. We'd have to take the train from Victoria to Folkestone, a ferry across the Channel, and then from either Calais or Boulogne to our various destinations. Well, now there's an alternative, and it's a rail alternative.
Yes, and a rightful rail alternative. So he probably used to work for like the Orient Express or Bellman British Pullman if he used to cross the Channel by
Victoria to Folkestone, a ferry across the Channel, and then from either Calais or Boulogne to our various destinations. Well, now there's an alternative, and it's a rail alternative at that. 2004 saw the 10th anniversary of the opening of the Channel Tunnel, and I'm here at Eurotunnel set up at Folkestone today to see exactly what happens.
It used to be called the Shuttle, the part of the Eurotunnel car shuttles. Yes, move logo, yes. Yes, that would be a lot more preferable, John Murray. So the wagons that transport the cars are fully enclosed, whereas the ones that transport the trucks are a bit more open, road trucks.
Now, Richard, how many locos do Eurotunnel actually own then?
We've got 58 of these.
58 and this
of
many
those
locos do
now.
Eurotunnel actually own then?
We've got 58 of these.
And this one here, is this used for passenger and freight?
Well, the original series of 38 locos were used for both sets of shuttles, both freight and passenger. But we're now dedicating locos to different sorts of shuttles.
Because there are more powerful locos that you're introducing now, isn't there?
Yes, the new ones that we've introduced are 7 megawatts, whereas the original ones were only 5.6 megawatts. I say only, but that's still a very, very powerful loco.
Because these are probably the most powerful locos in the world, aren't they?
That's right, they are.
Yeah, the Eurotunnel trains are they're locomotive hauled. They do haul they are loco hauled.
7 megawatts, whereas the original ones were only 5.6 megawatts. I say only, but that's still a very, very powerful.
There's 2 locomotives at each end, much like the HSTs. There's 2 of these locomotives at each end of each of these shuttle trains, one pulling, the other pushing. You still there, Neon?
Whereas the original ones were only 5.6 megawatts. I say only, but that's still a very, very powerful loco.
Because these are probably the most powerful locos in the world, aren't they?
That's right, they are, yes.
Because what have they got to haul? They've got to haul a certain tonnage?
Well, they've got to haul up to about 3,000 tonnes of shuttle wagons, up a gradient of 1 in 90, and be able to start from stop on that gradient.
And what, 140 kilometres an hour?
And the speed is 140 kilometres an hour, yes.
It used to be 130 kilometres an hour when the tunnel first opened, but then it was slightly increased to 140.
That's right, they are, yes.
Because what have they got to haul? They've got to haul a certain tonnage?
Well, they've got to haul up to about 3,000 tonnes of shuttle wagons, up a gradient of 1 in 90, and be able to start from stop on that gradient.
Usually.
And what, 140 kilometres an hour?
And the speed is 140 kilometres an hour, yes.
Now, Richard, this is one of the new 97s. When were these introduced?
These were introduced in 2002 when we increased the number of shuttles that we have for the freight service.
And these are the more powerful ones?
That's right, the 7 megawatts, yes.
And how many bogies has it got?
Well, it's got 3 bogies. It's a bow, but we need 6 axles. And with the 3 bogies, we can get around the corners a lot easier without wearing out the rails.
Now, what's the formation of one of these? You call them rakes?
Yeah, they're rakes. Each shuttle is split into 2 rakes, the rear rake and the front rake. And this is the rear rake. And at the end of the rear rake, we have the loading platform, or the loading wagon, which is where we are now. And originally there were loading platforms in the front rake.
Well, now that you mention it, Jacob, it kind of is. It kind of is like a big boy. Well, equally as powerful as a big boy anyway.
Around the corner's a lot easier without steering out the
with
rail.
the other locomotive pushing at the other end.
You call them rakes?
Yeah, the rakes. Each shuttle is split into two rakes, the rear rake and the front rake. And this is the rear rake. And at the end of the rear rake, we have the loading platform, or the loading wagon, which is where we are now. And originally there were 14 carrying wagons and a loading and unloading wagon at the end of each rake.
And these wagons, these are older type wagons. There's more metal on these than the other ones I've seen today.
Yeah, much more metal, yes. These were the original design, which had all sorts of equipment on them.
So at the far end of the train, that will be where the carriage is, where the drivers can sit and have their cup of coffee and whatever.
Yeah, on the coach, hang on. On the truck shuttles, on the lorry shuttles that go through the tunnel, the drivers actually get out of their lorries and then go into a separate coach where they can just sit and relax for the journey through the tunnel. Whereas on the car shuttles, you can the drivers of the cars actually stay in their cars after boarding the car shuttles. But you can leave your cars and walk around if you wish. Walk around the actual car carrying wagons if you wish. If you're on a car shuttle, but if you're on a lorry shuttle, you can't stay in your truck. You have to get out and go to the coach at the front of the train. Indeed, Neon. Oh, nice, James. Broke down on me the other day? Oh, that's a shame, Stephen. You'd have to get out? Oh, you couldn't stay in your vehicle then, Neon. You'd need to get out of the car and walk. You need to get out of your car and walk about if you went on the Eurotunnel shuttle.
These wagons, these are older type wagons. There's more metal on these than the other ones I've seen today.
Yeah, much more metal, yes. These were the original design, which had all sorts of equipment on them.
So at the far end of the train, that will be where the carriage is, where the drivers can sit and have their cup of coffee and whatever.
You feel claustrophobic in the car, what, for the full 35-minute journey? Yeah, there's a lot of space to move around aboard the car-carrying shuttle wagons. Hang on.
Yes, these were the original design, which had all sorts of equipment on them.
So at the far end of the train, that will be where the carriage is, where the drivers can sit and have their cup of coffee and whatever.
That's just behind the locomotive, yeah. Right. And there's a shuttle bus which picks the drivers up and takes them up there.
And here it comes now.
And then brings them back, yeah.
Shuttle.
The total journey time from Folkestone to Calais is only 35 minutes.
Another film, Leon? I thought you said it wasn't going to become a regular thing. What's this one?
The total journey time from Folkestone to Calais is only 35 minutes. Running at an average depth of 40 metres below the English Channel, the tunnel is a staggering 50 kilometres in length, 32 kilometres of which lie beneath the water, making it running at an average depth of 40 metres below the English Channel. The tunnel is a staggering 50 kilometres in length, 32 kilometres of which lie beneath the water, making it the longest undersea tunnel in the world. The construction consists of 3 tunnels, 2 running tunnels, 1 in each direction, and a central service tunnel. Eurotunnel operate up to 6 freight trains and 4 passenger trains per hour, but other operators are allowed slots in the timetable. Eurostar run their high-speed passenger service from Waterloo to various European destinations, and the tunnel is now being regularly used by independent freight operators. The integration of these services is coordinated from this bunker-like building on the English side at Folkestone. The ultra-modern signal and control centre incorporates a huge mimic board where the progress of each train can be monitored at every stage of its journey. And this is one of the car transporter ones, Richard. You call them the tourist ones?
That's right, it's one of the tourist rakes. This is the rear rake, double deck. We're loading both the bottom and the top decks. And the cars drive in through these side doors of the wagon and then drive along until they stop, and that's where they stay for their journey.
So how many carriages would you have in this rake?
Well, each rake is 12 carriages with a loading and unloading wagon at each end. So with 12 carriages, we can carry up to 120 cars.
Any chance of getting my car on?
Yeah, of course. Just go and get it.
Excellent, I will.
Good.
So here we are then. Nice little day trip to France to end the day off. As we think they're going to put us on a lower deck. Yeah, looks like we're going onto one of these lower deck, right at the very back of this particular rake as well.
There's only one deck. It's not. I used to think there were two decks, but there's actually only one.
How exciting!
Hoses and then there are. Let's put up.
Well, that was very smooth and painless. One of over 400 journeys made under the Channel Tunnel every day by Eurotunnel. Now, I've got a few extra hours.
Nice.
Well, that was very smooth and painless. One of over 400 journeys made under the Channel Tunnel every day by Eurotunnel. Now, I've got a few extra hours to spare, and it's the wife's birthday next week, so I think I'll stock up on some fine wines and champagnes.
We'll drive around Calais and get them. Lovely. Right, I guess I'll try Terminal Railways again. Hold on. Hold on. Yes. I'm sorry to hear that, Jacob. I want to do that nice. Red Bull. All right, then. Let's try Terminal Railways again. Do you want to do it? Passenger. We'll talk about the E320s later. Try the E300 again. I? I'll need to have a shave after this stream. Oh, hello, Odd. Nice to see you. Oh, scheisse. Hello, Odd. Lovely to see you. Wait, you have? You have, Odd? How long have you been here for? Well, if you haven't read the title of this stream, Odd, we're talking about the Eurostar, the Eurotunnel trains tonight. Trains that run through the Channel Tunnel, including the Eurostar. Well, now that you're here, Odd, 15 minutes? You weren't interrupting, you wouldn't have interrupted anything though, Odd. Either way, it's nice to see you regardless. But now you're here, Odd, given that you prefer driving over taking the train, Odd, I can't remember if you already answered this for me, but given you prefer driving over taking the train... Ah, God. Keep going. Given that you prefer driving over taking the train, Odd, would you drive... Oh, I know you recently sold your car, but if you got another one, would you be willing to drive onto one of the trains, onto one of the Eurotunnel trains, and have it take you under the Channel Tunnel, through the Channel Tunnel? Or would you rather just get a normal Eurostar train? So would you drive your car onto a train to go underneath, to go through an undersea tunnel? That's what I want to know. Oh no! Oh my God, it derailed again. Oh, for Christ's sake. This is a main reason why I don't play Terminal Railways as often as the other train games I play on Roblox. The trains in this game are just too unstable. And they derail so easily, especially the E300. If I had no choice, you would? Ah. Well, there is an alternative to get across. You think that's illegal? You think what's illegal, Andrew? There is an alternative, though. You can just drive it onto a ferry and cross the English Channel that way, Odds. But a ferry would be a lot slower than driving your car onto a shuttle train. Terminal Railways is kind of mid. Yeah, it is. They're very, very unstable. This is what I'm talking. These are the trains I'm talking about, Odd. So in those wide wagons that coach is pulling, why would you prefer the boat, Odd? It would be so much slower than the Eurotunnel train. Crossing the channel by ferry takes way longer than it does going through the Channel Tunnel. That's illegal, right? No, it's not illegal. Certainly not illegal with the Eurotunnel. there's a whole bunch of cars in the wagons that the locomotive's pulling on, like tons of cars, all going underneath the Channel Tunnel as opposed to taking the ferry. Wagons are big boy size? Yes, they are. These are some of like the tallest wagons in Britain, the British loading gauge. These locomotives are insanely powerful, Odd. They also do freight shuttles. Eurotunnel also run freight shuttles, so they pull loads of trucks. They pull loads of trucks under the Channel Tunnel. They pull all these trucks going to England under the Channel Tunnel, and then the drivers sit in a little coach behind the locomotive. No, it's a unique locomotive used exclusively on the Eurotunnel shuttle trains, Andrew. So basically, you drive with the freight ones, you drive the trucks onto the onto these wagons, and then the train takes them through the tunnel, just as it does with the cars. Odd, would your I know your mum's big on trucking, well, used to be. Choice for the bean thing, yes it was, James. But would your mum, if during her trucking career she would have driven to England, do you reckon she'd be willing to drive her truck onto one of the lorry Eurotunnel shuttles, Odd? She wouldn't, as I said, she wouldn't have to stay in the actual truck cab. She'd just ride in the coach behind the locomotive for the truck drivers. With the cars shuttles, though, you just stay in your car, or you can walk about the shuttle wagons if you're on a car shuttle. And here's one of the Class 92s pulling, and there's a Class 92 heading towards the Channel Tunnel, pulling a freight train. Class 92s, I believe, are the only freight locomotives that are allowed to go through the Channel Tunnel. People deciding the routes in charge of it who decide that and usually choose what's cheapest, that's fair. The routes in charge of it who decide that. It probably would have been cheaper to. It's probably nowadays cheaper to for lorries to go across the channel. Ouch! Oh, whoops! Didn't mean to click on this. My mother has never mentioned parking a truck in a train. It's ever been viable, at least not here. Well, it's certainly viable for trucks. Well, it's certainly viable for trucks going between England and France. There's loads of these lorry shuttles. These lorry shuttle trains travel through the Channel Tunnel on a daily basis. So it's certainly viable to go between England and France, to take lorries between England and France aboard a train, aboard the shuttle trains. Yeah, hundreds, if not thousands, of lorries go through the Channel Tunnel every day. So I reckon it would be cheaper than using the ferry. I've been on the Eurotunnel shuttle before, Odd. Okay, I'm winning now. Friend who still trucks. They've never mentioned using trains when travelling to Sweden, Norway, Germany, France, or Belgium. I think using trucks I think trucks driving onto trains is quite a rare thing, actually, Odd. It's only really happens with the Eurotunnel shuttles and a few other trains. It's still a really good idea, though. I definitely, if you're driving to France from England, it is definitely, nowadays, definitely better to go by Eurotunnel shuttle than by ferry. It's a lot faster. Crossing the ferry would take like 2 hours. Crossing the channel by ferry would take like 2 hours, whereas the Eurotunnel shuttle train only takes 35 minutes. Hang on, England to France ferry travel time. Ranges from 30 minutes to 25 hours, 30 minutes. God damn. The fastest ferry crossing between Dover... So via Eurotunnel between Folkestone and Carry, it takes 35 minutes. The ferry crossing from Dover to Calais takes 1 hour and 30 minutes. So it's 3 times slower to cross the channel by boat than it is by the Eurotunnel shuttle, Odd. So then again, though, I did tell you when I came to see you that the slower way of traveling on the slower way of crossing Europe by train was a lot more pleasurable for me. So I guess the slower way of crossing the channel of crossing the English Channel by boat would be a lot more pleasurable for you, Odds. Now that I think about it, I guess it is the same logic. Now that I think about it. Guess it would be more pleasant for you to travel by boat across the channel, despite being 3 times slower. Now let's have a look at the early years of Eurostar on the Third Rail network. The Third Rail Southern network. Before High Speed 1 opened. So when Eurostar first started operating, about 6 months after the Channel Tunnel opened, when Eurostar first started operating, 6 months after the Channel Tunnel opened, it was a very slow winding route from London Waterloo to the Channel. This High Speed 1 didn't exist yet, and of course, rather than using the overhead power lines, the Eurostars had to use the third rail lines, and then switch to 25 kilovolt AC overhead while on the move as it approached the Channel Tunnel. These high-speed TGV line trains look really out of place on the 19th century third rail electrified lines. Do you guys agree that the Eurostars look out of place on the third rail lines? These modern high-speed TGV-like trains looking out of place on these third rail high-speed lines. Do you agree these trains look out of place, Odd? Because they're really slow and can only top at 100 miles an hour, whereas they're supposed to operate at 186, the Eurostar trains. Trains are supposed to operate at 186. And as you can see here, when they had to use the third rail route into Waterloo, they would just trundle along, and people would often make jokes about how slow the Eurostar trains used to go through England, and then go mega fast through France. Looks like a train on some rails. Well, it's a high-speed train. Perceptive like this, yes. Welcome back, North, and I'm just talking about how the Eurostars used to use... at the moment I'm talking about how the Eurostars used to use the DC third rail lines into London Waterloo before High Speed 1 opened. The journey from London to Paris on the Eurostars used to take 3 hours, but now, thanks to HS1, 40 minutes has been shaved off the journey time, 40, and now the journey takes 2 hours 20 minutes, sometimes 2 hours 15. This is the last day of Eurostar operations into Waterloo before they transfer to London St Pancras. Yes, Andrew, the E300 Eurostar trains are very loud. Look how slow they're going into Waterloo compared to how they're supposed to go. How they now go on HS1. This just shows how badly HS1 was needed when the Eurostar trains used to use the lines into Waterloo. Now it's a lot faster. So in 2003, oh, what's this, James? Hang on. What the hell? Oh my god. So in 2003, the first phase of HS1 opened from the Channel Tunnel to Forkham Junction. Do y'all ever think it would be nice to put... Oh, scheisse. Do y'all ever think it would be nice to put a bunch of trains onto a plate, get a big fort and eat them like spaghetti, or have I just lost it? Eating trains? How does one eat trains? Though I do get what you mean, especially given how long the Eurostar trains are. Eurostar trains are like 2 tower cars at each end. So yeah, the first phase of HS1 was opened in 2003, and then the second phase was opened in Hungary. And then the second phase was opened in 2007. That was when the Eurostar started running into St Pancras, which they still run into to this day. Yeah, this is proof that HS1 was badly needed back then. And there should have been a high-speed line built into London at the same time LGV Nord, the high-speed line from Calais to Paris, was built. Yeah, there should have been a high-speed line built. We should have built our high-speed line at the same time the French built LGV Nord. The original plan was to have HS1. The original plan for HS1, proposed in the 1980s, was to have the high-speed line run via Tunbridge and Croydon into London Victoria, but that never happened. So. And today, the high-speed line runs right through the middle of Kent, past Ebbsfleet and Gravesend, then into Essex for a little bit, and then through the London tunnels underneath Stratford before turning into London St Pancras. Hello, Levko. Nice to see you. I'm talking about how the Eurostars used to use the third rail DC lines before HS1 opened, and how the journey between London and Paris used to be a lot slower. It used to be 3 hours, 2 hours, 20 minutes. supposed to go way faster, like at 100. They're supposed to go at like twice the speed you saw there. So here we see the Eurostar changing from the third rail line to the overhead power lines of high speed 1. But nowadays the Eurostars don't need to do this, as it's overhead power lines all the way into St Pancras. You could just about see the overhead lines raising there. I've shown this before on a previous stream, on my high-speed train stream. There, see, you could just about see the pantograph raising as it switched from 25 kilovolt to, as it switched from 750 volt third rail to the 25 kilovolt AC overhead. Watch the train. There, you can see the pantograph raising. Did you see it? Yeah. Exactly, James. There we are. Let me turn it down a bit. Hear those trains in the kitchen? They're crazy loud, the Eurostar trains, aren't they? You still there, Odd? Through Tunbridge. This was even before This was even before the Eurostar was with the Eurostar just trotting their way in on the third rail lines. They even shared track. This is proof of how out of place the Eurostar trains were on the third rail DC line in the 90s and 2000s. They had to share the tracks with the old clapped out slam door EMU stock of the British Rail era of the 1950s and 60s. These old clapped-out Class 423s in need of replacement in the early 2000s. Permanent graffiti as well. That's how out of place the Eurostars were on the third rail lines. Oh, it can't be helped, Bash. This is ridiculous. Do you agree? Do you agree that these modern high-speed trains having to share the track with these clapped-out slam-door commuter trains is just ridiculous? That travel as slow as sludge and are prone to delays. On the French side, their commuter trains were a lot more modern, and they were replacing rolling stock fairly frequently. They had already modernised their rolling stock, where the British government just couldn't be asked to replace our rolling stock for a while. Obviously now we have a lot more modern rolling stock, but even in the early 2000s we still use the old slam door EMUs. These are the Class 423s. These clapped up old things were still being used on the southern region at the time when Eurostar was introduced. These were built in 1967, and the Eurostars came into service in 1994. Oh my lord. We were also using Class 421s at the same time. That's a Class 421 at the front of there. The even older Class 421s were in service when they were introduced, when the Eurostars were introduced. By the early 2000s, these EMUs were beginning to fall apart. You can see how dirty the windows were on them. Here we can see them at Ashford International. When HS1 was under construction, here's the Eurostars way. Huge contrast. And here we've got a Class 207, Class 205 thumper being used on the unelectrified Ashford to Hastings Marshland line. These clapped out things were still in service even back then. Oh God. But these are how these are refurbished Eurostars right here. This is how they're supposed to look. This is how they're supposed to be going. Twice as fast as they did on the third rail lines. Does that look better to you, Odd? Does that speed look better for these trains to you, Odd? Going twice as fast, 186 miles an hour? Hey Spyro Kirby, we're talking about the Eurostars at the moment. Here's Ebbs Fleet Station, which was opened in like 2008. I wish they Eurostars would start stopping at Ebbs Fleet again. That would make it so much more convenient for me. I said, do the high-speed Eurostar E300s? Does this sort of speed suit the E300 Eurostars better? Wait, those are the E320s. We'll talk about them later. Does that sort of speed suit the E300's trains a lot better than what we saw before? Than what we saw earlier? With these same trains. The air is up, the ground is down. So does this speed suit them better, Odd? Oh, you don't have any clue. Well, as you can see here, Odd, they're going twice as fast as they on the high-speed line compared to on the clapped-out third rail line. Just kind of want to eat it. Well, to be fair, Odd, I guess I get why you think it's a bit like spaghetti, because it is a very... The Eurostar trains are very long. And here's a question for all of you, not just Odd, but all of you. Why do you think the Eurostar trains are so long? Why do you think the Eurostar trains are 16, 18 coaches long? The answer might not be what you think it is, I'll just say that. Only I can answer. Alright. Well, what do you think, Odd? Why do you think the Eurostar trains are such long trains? Pineapple? The answer is pineapple. So the Eurostar trains are really long because pineapple. No, Odd. Have another guess. Why do you think... as I said, this is a question for everyone. Why do you think the Eurostar trains are so long? They go internationally and they carry so many passengers. That's one. Eurostars eat pineapples all the time. That's one of the reasons. Percy Levko. It's because Eurostars are very, very popular. Eurostar is a very, very Derek Jacobi. Eurostars are a very, very popular service, and they carry so many passengers from centre of London to the centre of Paris. It has become an extremely popular service, especially compared to taking the ferry or flying. But there's another reason the trains are so long, and it's a safety-related reason. Can anyone guess what the safety-related reason for the Eurostar trains being so long might be? Does anyone have any idea? What the safety reason for the Eurostar trains being so long is? Look, even the E320s, while shorter, while only 16 coaches long compared to the 18 coaches of the E300 sets, even they're pretty long. Pineapple comes... You have no clue? Alright. Avoid cat scratch fever? No. Is it always to have full control of it? Not quite, John Murray. Here's another clue. The reason the trains are so long is something to do with the Channel Tunnel. It's something to do with the Channel Tunnel. What might that reason be? What might the reason be? It's to do with the Channel Tunnel. No, he doesn't, Levko. I don't think he does. Does anyone have any idea why? Eject the back parts like a lizard losing its tail to distract train-eating predators? No! Let me see it, okay. No, that's just his sense of humour, Levko. And that's why I've come to love him so... Well, not love, but... That's why I've come to like him so much. It's partly because of his sense of humour. No. I'll tell you the reason. The main reason, on top of allowing for such high capacity and allowing for the Eurostar service to be so popular, but apart from that, the main reason the Eurostar trains are so long is because if the Eurostar was for whatever reason to stop in the Channel Tunnel in an emergency and the train had to be evacuated, it would always stop at one of the emergency exit points. JK. I know, aren't. But the main reason they're so long, I know that. The main reason they're so long is because if the Eurostar, if the train was to stop in the middle of the Channel Tunnel in an emergency, the very long length of it means it would always stop at least one. The train would always stop next to at least one of the tunnel's emergency exits, meaning the train could easily be evacuated and all the passengers could be evacuated into the central service tunnel without the passengers having to get out of the train and walk along to the nearest emergency exit. Because it would be safer for the passengers to stay on the train for as long as possible than get off and walk along the maintenance catwalk to the exit. Does that make sense to everyone? Yeah, I know. So does that make sense to everyone on why the Eurostar trains are so long? It's mainly for safety reasons, to ensure you can stay on, the passengers can stay on the train for as long as possible before being evacuated. Because it's in an emergency on any train, not just the Eurostars, but on any train, in an emergency, it's always safer to stay on the train if possible. Obviously, if there was a fire on the train and it had to be if there was a fire on the train, then and it was spreading along the train, then of course it would have to be evacuated, and the passengers would have to like open the doors in emergency and jump down onto the tracks. And if there was no way to reach the doors, of course they'd have to break a window. But yes. It's for safety reasons, basically. It's for both capacity and safety reasons why the Eurostar trains are so long. Does that make sense to you, Odds? How the length of the Eurostar trains means if they had to stop in the middle of the Channel Tunnel, they'd always stop next to at least one of the emergency exits. Does that make sense to you, Odds? Princess Leia pregnant. Oh, dear. Now, for some reason, the French national anthem is in my head. So does that make sense to you, Odd? Yeah. Good. Glad to hear that. For the longest time, welcome back, Electro. If it was pineapple related, what do Bob know? I just told everyone why the Eurostar trains are so long. The Eurostar trains are like 16 or 18 coaches long, Electro. I've already told everyone the answer to this. The answer as to why they're so long, but do you know why the Eurostar trains are so long? Can you guess why the Eurostar trains are so long, Electro? The answer might not be what you think it is. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, in case you didn't notice, Electro Odd has joined us as well, which I'm happy about. While I let you guess, Electro, you're very odd, aren't you? And here's some more footage of the Eurostars running on the third rail lines. Running through Sevenoaks. High passenger demand and to comply with the... So you already heard the answer, Electro. In which case, yes, you got it. In either case, Electro, yes, you got it right. It is to comply with Channel Tunnel safety regulations and high passenger demand. This to everyone else earlier, but do you think that these modern TGV-like high-speed trains look out of place on the clapped out 19th century built third rail electrified lines of the southern region? This is the fourth HS1 built Electro. Do these trains look out of... Do these high-speed trains look out of place running on the... running on the third rail lines next to the clapped-out slam door stock of the southern region? Do they look out of place running next to trains like this, is what I mean, Electro. This is the Class 423 Electro. These trains were what was running on the on the southern region commuter network at the time Eurostar was first introduced. Those modern TGV-like high-speed trains were running alongside these clapped-out old things that still had manually operated slam doors instead of automatic train doors. You don't think they look out of place? If they can get you to your destination, it shouldn't matter if they look out of place or not? That's a valid point, Electro. That's actually very valid. Though either way, Electro, HS1 was still needed, because the Southeastern Commuter Network was already overcrowded, but then you have the addition of the Eurostar trains running on the third rail network. So of course... Yeah, then you have the addition of the Eurostar trains running on the third rail network. On top of the congested commuter network, the heavily congested commuter lines. So these clapped-out slam-door EMUs built all the way back in the 50s and 60s, running alongside the much more modern Eurostar high-speed trains built in the 90s. Why are they called slam doors? Because they're manually operated, and when you close them, they slam shut. They make that iconic slam noise. That's why these trains are called slam door trains, because they're manually operated. They're more like traditional doors on hinges. The doors of these trains are like traditional doors on hinges, whereas most trains nowadays have automatic sliding doors. Metro, because the southeastern commuter and regional network was so overcrowded, it often led to frequent delays with the Eurostar trains. Here they are running along the Kent Main Line in May 1995. Not long after, just 6 months after Eurostar began operations in November 1994. They look way more at home on the high-speed line on HS1 and LGV Nord in France. Anyway, now we're going to watch a documentary about the construction of HS1 and why HS1 was so badly needed. Why the Eurostars couldn't run on the third rail lines of the southern commuter network, regional and commuter network. Yeah, this documentary is about why the Eurostars simply couldn't run on the congested southern region network forever. Why the Eurostars had to have their own dedicated high-speed line in the south of England to reach the Channel Tunnel, and also so that domestic high-speed trains could run from London out to Ashford and the Kent coast. So I hope you all enjoy this documentary.
When you haven't built a railway in 100
Is Odd still there?
years, things
You might enjoy this documentary, Electro.
when you haven't built
It
a
has a lot of
railway
engineering
in 100
information
years,
in it.
things change. For its new high-speed train, Britain needs a whole new line.
Yes, it did need a whole new
100
line.
plus kilometres of headaches.
Zod's still
It was
there.
like, what? They want us to do what? By when? For how much?
More than 150 bridges to be built.
It was like threading the needle through that space.
More than 20 kilometres of tunnels to be dug.
Tunnellers are extremely superstitious people.
Fake Superman
Tunnellers are
costume he's wearing
extremely
there.
superstitious people.
Why is he wearing a fake Superman costume? What the hell?
And a Victorian jewel to be saved.
You still there, Odd?
The tracks will lead to a macabre discovery
We were expecting a couple of bodies. Some 7,000 bodies uncovered.
and to Olympic gold.
High Speed 1 is much more than a railway.
Wow.
That's what 300 kilometres an hour looks like.
300 kilometers an hour. Just making sure this isn't copyright sensitive. Oh. It has been detected as copyright sensitive content. Never mind, it looks like we can't watch this documentary. Okay, Levko. Never mind. Looks like we can't watch that documentary after all. But anyway, I guess we'll just talk about HS1 through the Wikipedia articles. $110-kilometer long high-speed line. So this is the high-speed line that was built between 1995 and 2007. So that the Eurostars didn't have to run on the third rail lines of the southeastern network into London. So before, the Eurostars would trundle their way. It was a fairly straight line at first between Ashford and Tunbridge. They could easily run at 100 miles an hour along this straight section between Ashford and Tunbridge, but then they'd weave their way and trundle along through Sevenoaks and Orpington, then slowly but weave their way through the winding Victorian suburban tracks of South London until they finally arrived at Waterloo. It was a long, slow journey, which added an unnecessary 40 minutes to the journey time. bore drills in order to create the tunnel? Yeah, using tunnel boring machines. Too big to take out? Exactly. The tunnel boring machines, when they built the channel tunnel, weren't removed until after the tunnel was completed and it was time to lay the tracks and all the electrical equipment. And South Western Railway in the 1840s. This was taken, of course, new station on the very first day of Eurostar operations into Waterloo. Over 82 million travellers out of Waterloo. Goodbye, Waterloo. I meant to say, Electro. Did you know, Electro, that the concrete lining panels that were needed to build the Channel Tunnel, they had to be twice as strong as concrete panels that they used to build nuclear reactors? This was to hold up the weight of all the water above the tunnel and all the soil on the seabed. Yeah, did you know they had to the tunnel lining had to be twice as strong as the concrete needed for nuclear reactors? Is that crazy to you, Ward? The tunnel lining needed for the Channel Tunnel, the concrete it was made of had to be twice as strong as concrete used to line nuclear reactors. Eurostar trundling through the box stop on its way out. Oh, it's uncrazy. How is it uncrazy? Just imagine how strong concrete needs to be in order to contain the gamma radiation given off by radioactive material. How is that uncrazy?
Open.
I actually remember going to see a performance of the Railway Children, a live performance of the Railway Children that took place in the old Eurostar platform, in the old Eurostar terminal of London Waterloo. But now the old Eurostar Waterloo terminal has been brought back into service for use by South Western Railway. 300 kilometers an hour, indeed. Definitely a high-speed train, absolutely. That's 186 miles an hour. But Electro, isn't it crazy how the concrete needed to line the concrete panels needed to line the Channel Tunnel with had to be twice as strong as concrete used to line nuclear reactors because of how much weight these concrete panels needed to hold up, the weight of all the water above them and the weight of the soil on the seabed.
Run to, so all this section here where the
So yeah, this lovely glass facade that the Eurostar trains used to run into is now used by South Western Railway, having been brought back into service. Eurostar to accelerate to 300 kilometers an hour from rest? Anywhere from 1 to 2 minutes would be my guess, Electro. But I'm talking about the concrete panels that are used. At the moment, I'm talking about the concrete panels used to hold up the tunnel, and I'm referring to that because I know how engineering I know. I thought you might find that fact interesting, Electro, considering how much into engineering you are. Get some sleep. Alright, thank you for coming on. It was lovely to see you here. We'll see you next week, hopefully. How tough and hard the materials for the tunnel have to be. But they have to compensate for the pressure difference at the depths of the sea. But they have to compensate for the pressure difference. Pressure difference at the depths of the sea as well. Exactly. They have to be really, really strong. And can you also believe, Electro, that despite the tunnel being 150 feet below the sea floor, so 300 feet from the surface of the water to where the actual tunnel is, despite being 150 feet below the seabed, 2.5 meters per second squared? Yeah, that sounds about right for Eurostar trains, and indeed high-speed trains in general. That sounds about right for high-speed trains, Electro. And I think it's even faster for the newer Eurostar E320 trains. The older ones that were first introduced on the third rail lines are the E300s, but the ones that Eurostar mostly uses now are the E320s. But anyway, Electro, can you also believe that despite the tunnel being 150 feet below the seabed, during its construction, the tunnel still occasionally flooded as water came in through fissures in the seabed and leaked into the tunnel as the boring machines carved it out? Obviously, it was still a very, very safe construction, but tunneling in general, as I said earlier, is very dangerous, especially in the 19th and 20th centuries. Sadly, Electro, 11 men lost their lives while during the Channel Tunnel's construction. Yeah, unfortunately. But that's still very little collateral damage compared to the hundreds and hundreds of people that were killed building tunnels back in the 19th and 20th centuries. For example, the Thames Tunnel. For example, Brunel's Thames Tunnel. They didn't have the equipment and regulations we have now, exactly. The Thames Tunnel was extremely prone to flooding during its construction, as it was dug underneath soft London clay that made up the riverbed of the Thames. So there was lots of flooding building it. There was lots of flooding building the Thames Tunnel, and lots and lots of workers lost their lives building it. Even building the subsurface lines of the London Underground was extremely dangerous. Because sometimes they'd run into, when building the subsurface lines, they'd run into underground rivers that they didn't know were there, which would result in massive flooding and lots of workers drowning. One of these hidden, okay, see you, Spyro Kirby. One of these hidden underground rivers that they ran into during the construction of the District Line, back then known as the Metropolitan and District Railway, was at Sloane Square. At Sloane Square Station, they encountered the River Westbourne, which is one of London's lost rivers. They dug it out and it just flooded the whole thing, so, which no doubt killed a lot of workers. So they put it in a pipe, and to this day, you still got water running under the trains. So yeah, tunneling back in the 19th and 20th century is extremely dangerous. Even today, there are still lots of dangers when building tunnels on high-speed railways. Especially when it comes to things like blasting out the tunnels. Unfortunately, though, Electro, it's the price engineers had to pay back in the day. Anyway, so back to HS1. We've established why it was so badly needed, because they needed a faster way. The journey times between the London to Paris journey times needed to be sped up, and you still there, Electro, or are you typing a long message? Thank you. Right. So we've established why the HS1 was needed to speed up journey times to the Channel, and indeed all the way to Paris and Brussels, but also so that they weren't taking up capacity on the third rail lines. Excuse me. So whereas before the Eurostars would trundle their way up through around the 19th century built lines through South London into Waterloo, nowadays they come out of the Channel Tunnel at Folkestone, then race along through Ashford, through Ebbsfleet and Stratford, before finally terminating at the new London terminus, St Pancras, which they still use to this day. But then when the first section of HS1 opened in 2003, the section from Southfleet Junction to London St Pancras hadn't been completed yet, so the first section opened in 2003, and after they sped along the first section at 186 miles an hour, they went back onto the third rail line for a little bit, but not for as long a distance into London. But now the Eurostars just speed into London at 186 miles an hour, terminating at St Pancras. What's Levko said. Oh, hang on, what's this? Are you still there, Electro?
Post haste. Toast haste.
Oh. So this is where the Eurostars terminate now. London St Pancras. With a lovely single-span glass roof designed by William Barlow for the Midland Railway. Welcome back, Jupiter. London St Pancras underwent a huge transformation. You can see how dark and dingy London St Pancras station was before it was revitalized for the arrival of HS1. See the Midland Main Line HSTs trundle out of here. Fewer than half a dozen trains used St Pancras Station. The Midland Railway, when they extended from London, intended it to be... The Midland Rail intended it to be a very, very grand station, and it was. But it was also a very empty station. Fewer than half a dozen trains an hour used to use the station. Nowadays, it's more than 30 trains an hour use St Pancras. St Pancras. I used to call it that as well when I was a kid, Levco. See, look all dingy and dark. Lots of diesel fumes everywhere, and very dirty as well with drug needles. The Midland Main Line trains. Then HS1 came along, and it got a massive glow up. The whole station was completely modernised. The roof was brightened up, lots more light got let in. And obviously the Midland Main Line trains now no longer use the actual original train set shed used by the Midland Railway. Nowadays it's only the Eurostars that come into the original terminus because of how long they are. Midland Main Line trains now use a separate section, a newer separate section. Midland Main Line trains now use a separate section for terminating services coming in from the Midlands. Yeah, Midland Main Line trains use platforms 1 to 4 at St Pancras. The Eurostars use platforms 3 to 10. And 11, 12 and 13 are reserved for the domestic high-speed services that run over HS1 by South Eastern High Speed down to Ashford. As you can see here, very dark and dingy. And then St Pancras, with the arrival of HS1, underwent a literal Cinderella transformation. Look. Some of the station buildings that remind me of Central Station in Sydney. I see. Dark, dingy, ripped and torn. To absolutely beautiful. Amazing stuff. Very poorly repaired station as well. It was in the early 2000s. Huge glow up. It's like night and day. Cinderella's ripped and torn rags, and then her beautiful ball gown is represented with the glowed up St Pancras. Night and day. Hard to believe it's even the same station it was 20 years ago. 25 years ago, actually. Oh, cool. Have a go. Hang on. So hard to believe. But it went so hard to believe it went from this to this. Incredible. Some of the tracks from this station are... Some of the tracks that used to come into the station are gone now and are replaced with a big gap here for shops and things. Oh yeah, and of course the Eurostars also ran with GNER for a bit. Half a shopping centre? Not really. It looks nice as a shopping centre. Yeah, some of the Eurostars even run with GNER with out of King's Cross to York and Darlington. St Pancras even got new platforms on the Thameslink line to coincide with the arrival of Eurostar at St Pancras. These new platforms replaced the King's Cross Thameslink station. Construction was delayed until 1996. Oh, dear. Which avoid Oh yeah, the Medway Viaduct was another key infrastructure. The Medway Viaduct was another key infrastructure location on HS1. Huge, massive, massive bridge. And also they had to thread a bridge underneath the Dartford Bridge when building the Channel Tunnel, but the HS1 the other side of the Medway Viaduct. Racing across there, 186 miles an hour. Racing across the Medway Valley. So yes, Eurostar High Speed 1 was really, really desperately needed when it was built. Really desperately needed. I didn't mean for that music to start. Now let's have a look at Eurostar speeding along on the French side. Racing along LGV Nord on the French side down towards Paris. LGV Nord opened back in 1993, 1 year before the Channel Tunnel. Dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo. $207 miles long, so way longer than HS1. This is the bulk of the Eurostars London to Paris journey, LGV Nord. Paris to the Belgian border and the Channel Tunnel via Lille, first opened 1993. Triangle junctioning towards Paris, London and Brussels. Alright, bye Rob, thanks for coming. So yeah, ideally HS1 should have opened at the same time as LGV Nord, but no, there was a 14-year gap between LGV Nord opening and HS1 opening. Between Paris and Lille, Belgium and the Channel Tunnel, and south via LGV Interconnection Est, Great Britain and the Benelux. The widest variety of high-speed rolling stock. Yeah, massive variety of high-speed trains are used on here. Non-stop Eurostars pass through a tunnel under the city of Lille at 125 miles an hour. 200 kilometers an hour is 125 miles an hour. Into regional TGVs. The LGV Picard project would address this issue by serving amends. The route by amends to be impractical. It will reduce the Paris to London journey time to less than 2 hours. Nice. The line has not been studied yet. Oh. It wouldn't be a good idea if it could reduce journey times to less than 2 hours. Lyon to Lille connection by TGV. Engine lines between France and Lille. Commencement of track laying, catenary and service. Services commenced between Paris and Arras in on the 23rd of May 1993. Dated for the First World War. One was it was slow safe, so it was derailed. The train derailed. 23rd of December, the train derailed, but not anymore. Hello, Lewis. We're talking about LGV North at the moment. A TGV derailed on the 21st of December 1993. No, I'm just deep in thought. And only one person was injured with the derailment. Remained aligned with the track. Only one passenger suffered slight injuries. Nice. That proves how safe high-speed trains are. 14th of November 1994. First Eurostar service from Waterloo to Paris Nord. And coincidentally, the first service into London St Pancras was on the 14th of November 2007. The chill tunnel. Oh, you're back, Electro. We've now moved on to talking about the high-speed line on the French side, Electro. We're now talking about the high-speed line on the French side, Electro. LGV Nord. So HS1 is the high-speed line on the British side. On the French side, we've got LGV Nord, a 207-mile-long high-speed line from Calais to Paris via Lille. I see, Lewis. Full-day service through to Paris Nord and Brussels South began. Connected them. Channel teller. The Eurostar service between Paris Nord and Brussels South began on the 28th of May 1995. It's going well. Product of the utmost urgency leading to acceleration advert, opening in 1993, a year before the tunnel. The Belgian section, known as L1, followed in 1997. Paris to Lille in just 1 hour, 24 trains a day. That's nice. That's so cool. You could literally commute from Lille to Paris on a TGV. "24 trains a day as well. Paris to London is 2 hour 15. Lille to London 1 hour 20. London to Marseille 6 hour 28. Spain has even other operators have considered using LGV Nord and High Speed 1 into London, though this never happened. Deutsche Bahn. Deutsche Bahn never finalised its proposals to run direct trains from Germany to London. here's the Eurostar on LGV board Electro in France as the French high-speed line. Anyway, so now let's end this stream. We'll not end it yet. We're ending at 10:45. Now let's wind this stream down by talking about the Eurostar E320s, the newer Eurostar trains. So the E300s are the old TGV-based ones built by Alstom. These newer ones are built by Siemens. These newer Eurostars are built by Siemens. Personally, I prefer the E320s over the E300s. Sure, the E300s have a lot more charm to them, but I find the E320s to be a lot more comfortable and a lot more passenger-friendly than the E300s. So yes, I do think the E320s are an upgrade over the E300s. It's not often I say that about newer trains. It's not often I prefer the newer trains to the older trains, but Siemens nailed it with the newer E320s. Cocomelon being sold to Disney Plus. Cocomelon's being sold to Disney, is that true? What the hell? Oh, shit. But yes, once again, I do prefer the E320s over the E300s, despite the E300s having their charm. But do you guys prefer the E320s or the E300s? Ah, shit. I'm asking everyone if they prefer the E300s or the E320s. I know this. Or the 374 E320s. No way. So which one's better? Once again, for me, it's the E320s, but I get why if you prefer the E300s. Which one looks better to you, Electro? Which one looks better to you, Electro? The E300s, the more traditional style Eurostar? Or the E320s? This is what the E320s would have looked like before they introduced the new livery. These are the E320s. So which do you prefer, Electro? The E300s? Or the E320s? The E300s are much thinner and boxier. the E300s are much thinner and boxier compared to the E320s, which are a bit fatter and rounder and curvier. And they look much more streamlined, the E320s, compared to the E300s, in my opinion anyway. But both have their charm. I really like both trains. But the E320s just about win for me. It's this damn microphone, Louis. It's this damn microphone. Hopefully by next week's stream, I'll have gotten my... I'm actually getting my birthday presents on Sunday the 1st of June, 2 days before my actual birthday, because I'm going away again. In fact, the whole reason I'm theming this live stream to the Channel Tunnel is I'll be going through the Channel Tunnel again on Monday when I go to Germany again, to Phantasialand. That's why I've decided to do a Channel Tunnel themed live stream tonight. But because of that, because I'm going, I'll be actually in Germany on my birthday. Because I'll actually be in Germany on my birthday, I'll be, because I'll actually be in Germany. Alright, let's go. Because I'll actually be in Germany on my birthday, I'm getting my presents on Sunday. Hopefully, the brand new microphone I asked for will be within those presents, so... Some people voted for the E300s, so... Hopefully, it'll be better. No. Hopefully... This new microphone will have better audio, will enable for better audio quality on these streams. No, nothing's happening, Martin. Jesus, just overreacting. While we're on the subject of the E300s, I guess we'll try playing Terminal Railways on Roblox again. No, actually, Martin, I didn't ask for any VHS tapes, though I should have. I don't know why I forgot to ask for VHS tapes, I just did. No, I do not know who he is. We've got an E300. This one shows an E300 and E320 at the same time. No, I didn't ask for the Robot Wars one, sorry. One of these shows a clip of an E300 and E320 crossing at the same... No, doesn't actually, that was just an edited thumbnail. I don't know, MLP fan, just... It's stupidity. Never mind. What, Bill and Ben the Flower... Disney own Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Men? Do they really? I see, Lucas. I scroll along to find the trades, I see. I don't know. It's not something I think about. Let's try driving the E320 now. North. Don't be surprised if the train faints if the E3 played this on here earlier and it fainted off the track as well. So far, it's only been E320s I've travelled on. Might be an E300 I travel on to Brussels this time. So I'll be going to Brussels on the Eurostar, then to, oh shit, wrong way. I'll be going to Brussels this time, but... yeah, I'll be going to Brussels again, and then, might be an E320 this time, E300 train this time, but we'll see. Brake! No. Forward. Brake. Well, there just wasn't a very popular route, Martin. There was only one direct train to Marne-la-Vallée, the station for Disneyland. There was only one direct London St Pancras to Marne-la-Vallée station a day, and I guess it just wasn't popular enough. So now if you want to get to Marne-la-Vallée, you've got to change it Lille, haven't you? Got to change it Lille, Europe, haven't you? Now, I'll be a bit more careful this time and make sure the train doesn't tip off the track. No, I am not. TikTok is just pure brain rot. I do not plan on getting the TikTok account anytime soon. And besides, all the content I would post on, all the content I would post on TikTok, I post on my channel via YouTube Shorts anyway, so I have no reason to be on that brain rot TikTok site when I can just post content like that to YouTube Shorts. So yeah, I'd rather not use a brain rot site like TikTok. You went by plane? Oh, it's not that practical to go... It's not that practical to go to France by plane from England anymore. Not now that there's the Eurostar, Martin. You should always try to take the train when you go to France from England, Martin. You should always... What tram? What tram, Levko? The E300s? So you prefer the boxier E300s over the fatter and curvier E320s then, John Murray? Yeah, it's just not... It's a lot more practical to get the Eurostar from London to Paris now. Well, to London, to any French destination, really, and then connect onto the TGV trains. Brake! Oh, no, don't tip. Oh, thank God. What don't you like? Flying to France is just better. Oh, nice, Lewis. Yeah, flying to France is just better. No, getting the Eurostars in France is just way better than flying. So much better. Only change. Ryar. Who's next? Ryar. Who's next? Ryar. Anyone of what, Levco? Don't tip. Oh. You almost tipped, but... Right. Hollyoaks, I see. $70 kilometers an hour. Blackbird. Oh. Why don't you like them? That's cutting. See you next week, Jen. Thanks for coming. Oh, nice. Yes. Nuggets. Nugget, please. Right, let's go. in a way. I see, well, could be deemed as offensive, that. No, you don't mean no offense, but it would still be deemed as offensive, just saying. Just saying. Still by Martin. No. Oh, I should have kept an eye on the speed. Oh. May just go for a bit longer tonight. Way more than TikTok, I see. No. Oy vey. Oh, Levco's just sent something else. What's this? What is Mark Wahlberg's house? I saw it come up on notification. Oh! Anyway, gonna run upstairs now. No, you're not. There's a couple up. There's still Levco and MLP fan are still watching, and I believe John Murray still is as well. Chromatron the One? No, I'm not, Levco. I'm sorry. Yes, we do. Right, how long, guys? Just solid. I'm just gonna go to 10 to 11, or maybe even 11 o'clock. See how I'm feeling. But I am getting tired now, though. I just need the loot again, guys. I'll be right back. Anybody comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. What has the chat been saying?
Oh, only one thing. Okay. Oh. Well, I think pretty much covered.
Oh, I thought you were going to bed now, Martin. Thought we were ending now.
Oh,
James as well.
Oh, fudge. Oh, welcome back, Jacob. And I guess
Aeroline responds with a roar.
Oh,
we haven't talked much about the Eurostar services to Brussels. Oh yeah, and I forgot they run to Amsterdam now. And they took over the Thalys service. I don't know, Lewis. I can't name off the top of my head. Since when was there a Eurostar painted in those colours? Yeah. I honestly couldn't give a sod, Lewis. Don't care at all. Don't give a toss. Being announced on live television was just a dumb marketing stunt.
Yeah,
trains are Brussels. Some old loco hauled into city services here. Everything dripped on the wire, fell in a fire, bacon strips. Tripped on a wire, fell into a fire, bacon strips. Yeah, the whole family should turn into vegan. here we go. Here's the Eurostars leaving. This is where are we on Monday? I was only in Brussels a couple of weeks ago on my way back from Scandinavia, but now I've got my actual birthday trip to Phantasialand. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Jacob's done an recorded his own audio story about a little-known series of books called Muddy Waters. I had to listen to it, and for a first attempt at an audio story, it's really not that bad at all. Yeah, he did pretty well for a first attempt. It would be nice to change things up. Yes, I am Electro. We're going to go for another 10-15 minutes. Neon shows up at the last moment to go a bit longer. Brussels sprouts? No. There's nothing to do with Brussels, the Belgian city, and Brussels, the vegetable. Right now, Electro, we're talking about the Eurostar also running services to Brussels. Some very old coaches still in service on the Belgian network. I don't remember seeing any of these coaches in service though. Many of the loco hauled intercity services seem to use the newer coaches now. Certain series, yeah, Tars. I don't know. Let go. Yeah, I just want to have a look at some coaches to listen to this book series, Electro. MLP, oh yeah. I've only watched a couple of MLP episodes in full. That was years and years ago, but from what little I've seen of MLP, what the few full episodes I've seen, plus all the clips I've seen of MLP, I can definitely agree that it's way better than Cocomelon ever will be. Indeed. Here we got top and tailing set. Go away, co-pilot. It's a similar premise was used with tugs and Theodore Tugboat Electro. I think both of them were to do with Princess Celestia getting kidnapped. Is that her name? Yeah, both of them were to do with Princess Celestia getting kidnapped. I know one of them was definitely the one where the main six defeated Nightmare Moon. Luna, as she's known. I definitely watched that one at some point. Ferry boat Fred? Oh. Not familiar with that one. that was the pilot. What, Nightmare Moon being defeated? Ah, interesting. I see, Jacob. Anyway, Electro, do you prefer... I meant to ask you, Electro, if you're still there, do you prefer the E300 Eurostars or the E320s? And then we got the E320s. Oh, a double parter. Ah, definitely watch that one. So, which one do you prefer, Electro? And Creations? Do you shit. So do you prefer the E300s, the thinner and boxier Eurostars Electro, or the newer design, the E320s from the 2010s? These are the fatter, curvier, and more streamlined ones. So the E300s or the E320s? There's a poll up there for you to vote on which one you prefer, Electro. And which one does Jacob prefer? I've heard her name somewhere, Jacob, but I can't quite remember. Which one does Jacob prefer as well? The E300s, the thinner, boxier ones? Or the E320s, the curvier and fatter ones? I personally prefer the E320s. It's not often I say that about new trains, though. It's not often I prefer the newer trains to the older ones, but... So this is the older E300, Jacob, that dates from the mid-90s. These are the much younger E320s that date from the 2000s, Jacob. Which of the two do you and Electro prefer? You prefer the E320s? So do I. Yeah, I know, Electro, you've told me Vincent Tong was in both MLP and Ninjago. Peppa Pig is terrible indeed. Princess Celestia? She was the voice of Princess Celestia? I guess they kind of look British, but... Whereas the E300s look a bit more French, as they were directly based on the TGV designs built by Alstom. It could be argued that the E320s look much more German, though, because the E320s were built by Siemens, which is a German company. And as I said, the older E300s were built by Alstom. So which one does Electro prefer, the E300s or the E320s? You can mind voicing Emily in the US dub? It would be a fitting voice for her. So you like them both equally, do you, Electro? You like them both equally, then, Electro? You can't pick a favourite. I do understand that as well. For me, though, it's the E320s. Because while I will admit the E300s, I will admit the E300s do look slightly more graceful than the E320s. But the E320s have much more comfortable seats, in my opinion. Their tables are much larger than on the E300s as well, so there's much more space for laptops. And the lighting, there's also wider corridors. It's much more, the corridors are also much wider. It's a lot more light, there's a lot more light in there. It's much more area. It's much more welcoming. And in my opinion, the E320s are overall much more passenger friendly than the E300s. It's a train wreck as it is. Indeed, Jacob. Thanks for coming, John Murray. We'll see you next week. Both trains just look the same to me. Well, if you look closely, Electro, you'll see you probably think they look the same because they've got the same color scheme. But if you look closely, you'll see there's some subtle differences. As I said, for one thing, the E320s are much fatter and curvier than the E300s, which were a lot boxier in comparison. All engines go fail, it is indeed. What you liked about them? But yeah, that's just one of the reasons I prefer the E320s. Their seats are a lot more comfortable than on the E300s. I also like how much space... There's just a lot more space to move around on these trains. Yeah, I see what you... That's fair, Electro. Here's the interior of the E320s. You can see how well padded the seats are. They're very large seats as well. Yes, Neon. We got into a conversation about the E320s. Anyway, didn't you say that you watching films on every Friday wasn't going to become a regular thing? Didn't you say you watching films on Friday wasn't going to become a regular thing? Yeah, at the moment, Neon, I'm just telling everyone why I prefer the E320s over the E300s. Very large, padded, comfortable seats, large tables. Just like the cross-country train company. Yes, I did mention that in my HST stream back in February, didn't I? Very heavily overcrowded, and also cross-country are also very unreliable. We can talk about that a bit more privately later on Discord. You watched two? Oh yeah, Penn Central was even worse. The Penn Central Railroad was even worse, Electro. When the New York Central and Pennsylvania railroads merged. One of the worst train companies that ever existed. With outdated infrastructure and rolling stock. The whole thing just fell apart. You did not know Paw Patrol had a UK dub? Well, now you do, now that I've uploaded my video. Which of the two... Anyway, Neon. Which of the two Eurostar trains do you prefer, Neon? Do you prefer the E300s or the E320s? Yeah, Electro. Yeah, Electro. I'm sure you're very aware of. Yeah, Electro. I'm sure you're very aware of cross country's overcrowding problems, as I did mention them during my HST live stream. I've got loads. What, earlier today? That's fine, Electro. You prefer the E300s, do you? I can see why. They are, visually, the E300s are a lot more graceful than the E320s, but I do prefer the E320s. They are very cool trains as well. But the main reason I prefer the E320s is because I just find them a lot more pleasant to travel on than the E300s. So here's the interior of the E300s again. You can clearly see how much light there is in the E300s with the very heavily padded seats. And here's the interior of the E300s. You see the interior of the E300s is a lot smaller. E320 is the same way? What do you mean by that, Neon? See, the seats on the E300s are a lot. They're a lot narrower than they are on the E320s. These are what the seats looked like when they were first introduced. While those seats are comfortable, while the old E300 seats were comfortable, they're not as comfortable as they were on the E320s. Night night, MLP fan, thank you for coming. Oh, hang on, Electro's Electro's DM'd me something.
I want every gun we have to fire on that man.
Yes, he is. Oh! I've just remembered something, Electro, something you might be interested in. You know how in your country. So am I, Jacob. You know how in your country you have the, I take this personally, I understand. So Electra, I meant to say, this is relevant to the Eurostar still. You know how in your country you have the Dublin to Belfast Enterprise Service, Electro? Well, did you know that the current coaches in use, the De Dealrich coaches, the current coaches in use on the Enterprise service are actually based on the old Eurostar E300 body shells. So if you look closely, you'll see that the De Dealrich coaches, I don't know how you pronounce it, are very similar in design to the coaches used on the Eurostar E300s. Bring my sparkle to it. Aeroline will try to as well. So yeah, it's got the same door design, similar proportions, a very boxy look once again. I do see the resemblance, actually. Indeed. And they were indeed built by the same company, De Dealrich, Alstom. I believe De Dealrich is like a subdivision of Alstom. So yeah, the coaches used on the Enterprise service are the same as, are similar, built by the same company as the Eurostar coaches. Obviously, these coaches are a lot different because they're designed for like loco hauled push-pull operation with a driving van trailer control car at one end and a Class 201 diesel locomotive at the other end. The Enterprise, so Electro, the Enterprise is basically Ireland's equivalent of the Eurostar. Yeah, the Enterprise is basically Ireland's equivalent of the Eurostar. Despite being very, very different from the Eurostar and only running at half the speed of the Eurostar trains. Oh, one of the 201 class diesel locomotives caught fire while running an Enterprise service. I do like the look of the Enterprise control cars. I had a feeling that it was, yeah. Best in the orange and black livery? Orange and green, actually, neon. Yeah, but either way, I do prefer the orange and green over the silver, purple and red. Yeah, despite the Enterprise having a lot of similarities to the Eurostar, with it being a train service that runs between an EU country and the United Kingdom, and a country in the United Kingdom, there are still a lot of differences between the Enterprise and Eurostar. It's still quite a luxurious and pleasant experience to travel on the Enterprise, though, from what I've seen about it. Be a Class 67? In a way it is, Jacob. But yeah, I just thought you might be interested to hear that fact, Electro, about how the Enterprise's coaches, the coaches used on the Enterprise train, were built by the same company that built the Eurostar E300 coaches. So yeah, still very pleasant to travel on, despite being very different. Oh, and also another obvious difference between the Eurostar and the Enterprise is that the Enterprise is worked by a diesel locomotive at one end, and then driven back to Dublin, and then by a DVT control car at the other end. So Enterprise is operated by a diesel locomotive, whereas the Eurostars are electric trains operated as either multiple units or power cars in the case of the E300s. So yeah, in a very, very strange way, the Enterprise train is very similar but still very different to the Eurostar in a very, very strange way. Cool, Lewis. Alright, we'll end probably in 7 minutes, guys. Very, very similar coach design to the coaches used on the Enterprise. Hi, Eurostar departing Brussels, where I'll be not very long. We're only going to go for another 6 minutes left, Code. European sleeper, which I went on a while ago, all the way to Prague. Oh, speak of the devil, we were just talking about Ireland's equivalent of the Eurostar. And lo and behold, I get recommended a video of Irish trains. None of which are covering the Eurostar, the Enterprise, I mean. Oh, dear. Me head. Me head. Me bloody head, man. Channel 4 kids. Make one, so then I'll make one instead. Alright, that makes sense. And I guess very quickly before the end, we'll talk about the, how the Eurostars... Oh, that'll be annoying. Talk about how the Eurostars now run direct from London to Amsterdam in just 4 hours. There didn't used to be border controls at there didn't used to be a border control at Amsterdam station, but I believe there is now, so you can pick up the Eurostar to come straight back from Amsterdam now. Rather than having to go to Brussels and then go through the border control there. Eurostars coming to and from Amsterdam now use Platform 3 at Brussels Midi, which is the through platforms to go through there. Nah, Jacob, I don't think it matters what you roleplay as in Electro's roleplays, as long as you roleplay as some sort of mythical creature, be it a unicorn, a dragon, or some other creature. You don't have to be a dragon. I don't think you have to be a dragon to do Electro's roleplays, Jacob. Just some sort of mythical creature. Oh, also, Jacob, I meant to tell you, I'm planning an arc of my own, which will start during the roleplay after the next one. I've got an arc of my own plan, a new arc of my own plan, Jacob, which will start the week after tomorrow's roleplay, Jacob. That one will be about restoring the narrow gauge sludge hole railway that's now going to get back on its feet after it was left in ruin for years on its last legs, much like the Tallinn Railway was in the early 1950s. Greatest king in the world? Nice. No, I'm not Jet Lewis. What's it going to be about? As I said, Jacob, it'll be about restoring the old sludge hole railway. The old narrow gauge sludge hole railway. Which will draw inspiration from the Tallinn Railway, the Festiniog Railway, and the Isle of Man Steam Railway. I might actually do a live stream dedicated to the Isle of Man railways at some point, especially if I'm going to go to the Isle of Man again at some point in the nearish future, as there's just so much to talk about with the Isle of Man's railways as well. So I may do an Isle of Man railways themed live stream as well. Yes, he will. As will my goblin character Burke. Yes, Jacob, I've also come up with a goblin character. Yeah, I've also come up with a goblin character, Jacob. His name is Burke, and yes, he is named after the main character of the Trapdoor. Yes, Jacob, Burke is named after the main character of the Trapdoor, because I feel that Burke is a very goblin-y name, if you know what I mean. So yeah, Burke is one of the key figures of the Sludge Hole Narrow Gauge Railway, so... Yeah, Burke is one of the key figures of the Sludge Hole Narrow Gauge Railway, so... He'll be a major player in that as well. Burke, feed me! Stop it, we'll just do to 15 minutes past. Have a place with us? You know the character I created? What, Jacob the Unicorn? Burke and Blair. Yes, we do. So this is who I named Burke the Goblin after. The monstrous Burke. Oh, Nimoon. Oh, that other unicorn character. Oh, well, what about her? What is Burke supposed to be? Just like a round blob, I guess. Something like Mike Wazowski, I suppose. Just a blob monster, I guess. The ancient castle, servant of the thing upstairs. Only his eyes are seen. Alto. By an actual friend. Oh, you didn't tell me that. You didn't tell me that, Jacob. That's very sweet of you to base Nimoon on a real-life friend of yours. That's really sweet of you. That's really, really sweet of you, Jacob. So yeah, I am looking forward to tomorrow's roleplay, but I'm looking forward to next week's one even more. Hey now, we're ending in 60 seconds. You have a friend from college called Nevada? Nice. We're just talking a bit about the upcoming role plays and how, not tomorrow, but next week. Oh, cool, Lewis, and I know Leon. We're just talking about the role plays we've got planned and how, not tomorrow, but next week, I've got a role play plan where we start to restore the narrow gauge Sludge Hole Railway. Sludge Hole. I keep pronouncing it sludge hoe. It's supposed to be sludge hole, according to Electro. Dear. Now I'm thinking about at some point doing an Isle of Man Railways themed live stream, as the Sludge Hole Railway I've decided it will be partly based on the Isle of Man steam railway, as well as the Tallylyn Railway and Festiniog Railway, mainly those two Welsh railways. And now I actually imagine some of Burke's friends who work on the Sludge Hoe Railway with him having Welsh accents. I imagine Burke having a very gruff Cockney accent, whereas everyone else he works with has like Welsh accents in reference to the Welsh narrow gauge railways the Sludge Hole Railway is based on. Right, guys, it's 11:15 now. I'm so tired. I must go to sleep now. I must end the stream and go to sleep now. So thank you all so much for watching. It's been a very fun stream. Not really, Lewis. In the future as well? Nice. It was a very fun stream tonight, and I'm glad you all enjoyed coming to tonight's stream. Turned out to be a lot more fun than I was expecting. I had a lot more to say than I thought tonight, and it was nice when Odd came along and made all those jokes about, you know, wanting to eat the Eurostar because of how long it is, like a piece of spaghetti. Well, either way, it's been a very fun stream, and I hope you all enjoyed. I'll try and get a couple new videos out between now and the next stream, though that may be a bit hard as I'll be away in Phantasialand in Germany for my birthday, as I said, but I'll try and work on a few more videos while on my way there and on my way back. Well, yes, Lewis, good night, everybody. Thank you all so much for coming. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, Train Lover 16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for upcoming content. Hope you're all looking forward to it. Just quickly, I'm also thinking of perhaps trying to stream from Phantasialand, doing a couple of bonus streams from Phantasialand. Maybe even a few, we'll see. See you next time, everyone. It's nice seeing you again, Lewis. I'll try and see if I can do some bonus streams from Phantasialand, but we'll see what happens. Either way, guys, thank you all so much for coming. I'll definitely try and do a stream from Phantasialand on my actual birthday on the 3rd. We'll see what happens, though. But either way, thank you so much for coming, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed tonight's stream. Please like, comment... Well, wait, no, I already said that. I know before the stream from Phantasialand didn't really work, but hopefully this time it'll work properly this time. It's been 2 years, so it should probably work this time. Alright. Yeah, go and follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Super Dog, if you haven't already. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.